Hello, good morning, everyone. We're going to get started. So we want everybody to come in. Everybody's having a great time, which we need a little bell. Ding, ding, ding. Susan, Blanca. I love this. So many, we have so many people actually fly in from out of town, which is so nice here to Miami. Yosbel, you're right here. Yes, you have a seat. So we love this. And so we see everybody um talking with each other, which we love. I know the tables are a little tight because we are full today. Tito, I know you're seated here. Yes. Okay. So, can we start? Yep. Bueno, welcome everyone to our 9th annual Women's Hemispheric Network. I'm Maria Lourdes Teran, Vice President of the Council of the Americas here in Miami. Our Women's Hemispheric Network is one of our most important initiatives at the Council, started 12 years ago by our President and CEO, Susan Siegel, who's actually here with us today. Together, along with Michelle Bachelet, former President of Chile, and Margarita Zavala, former First Lady of Mexico. Today, WHN, as we call it, has become an essential platform with forums held throughout the Americas for both women and male allies to discuss and advocate opportunities for advancing equality. So it really has grown, and amazing that it's been very successful for over 12 years. Today, we have an amazing agenda. We begin with a CEO panel promoting female leadership, followed by a keynote conversation with the first female mayor of Miami-Dade, Daniela Levin Cava. We will also hear from a group of women leaders who are pioneers in traditionally male-dominated fields, and finish the day with a fireside chat with Reina Mejia, who's here with us from DC, and a workshop focused on executive presence and career success. Sorry. But more importantly, today, we really hope to ignite the power of a strong network. That's extremely important for us, to shatter glass ceilings and to pave pathways of opportunity for all of you who join us today. In a society where possibilities are endless, but obstacles persist, we are here to champion resilience, celebrate diversity, and cultivate a community of support, not only within the workplace, but also in everyday life. So we truly hope that today will be a beacon of inspiration and an opportunity to make new lifelong friends. So before we begin, a very special thank you to our host. I always say, when I grow up, I want to have an office like this. Yosbel, please allow me. So thank you to Greenberg Touring, to Yosbel, who has been such an amazing supporter. The support that Greenberg gives, not only South Florida, but Latin America, is really invaluable. So thank you so much. I also want to thank all of the speakers, that many of them have flown in from out of town, which is really quite exceptional. And also YPA, our Young Professional of the Americas, is our partner today. That's why we have so many young professionals. I do not fit into that category anymore, but someday maybe I will be able to go back. And I want to also thank our fantastic team in Miami, Cindy, Luciana, Lorraine, Andres, Natalia. You guys, as my daughter would say, you guys rock. I want to welcome Carol Bernhardt, who is a partner here at Greenberg. Thank you, and she's hosting us as well.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. And welcome to the Women's Hemispheric Network. It is truly a pleasure to welcome all of you on behalf of Greenberg Traurig. I'm actually delighted to say a few words on behalf of the firm and on behalf of myself. It's a privilege to be a partner. I'm first and foremost a mom of 4, a wife, and a partner at one of the largest law firms and most prestigious law firms in the world. And so, for me, it takes a little bit of it's a bit close to my heart to say a few words to such amazing women, powerful women, and just to say a few words. Well, first of all, welcome from behalf of Greenberg, but just to say a few words. Um, Working hard is only half the battle. If you're women in this world, working hard is obviously very strong, but developing relationships, fostering strong ties with not only women, but people out there, men allies, and other people that really help you. This year is, I would have been practicing for 25 years. And I, throughout that career, have had a lot of men allies and a lot of women allies. And without getting too emotional, it is quite important. I have Yosbel Ibarra here, who's my managing partner and my partner in the corporate department. And he has been an absolute advocate, not only for me, but for many young women partners, young women associates within the firm, within Miami and worldwide, and advocating for all of us. And it is as important as of working hard as it is having men allies and other women allies to support you, to lift you, and to make something for yourselves. So I'm looking forward to hearing about a lot of people here. I'm honored and privileged, and have a great day throughout the day as all your various forums go on. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, today is a bit about inspiration, and that is inspiration because that's amazing. All I heard were 4 kids, and I admire that tremendously. So in your seats, you have an agenda. We are using a QR code again because we have a very young professional group here, and that will give you the background for all of our amazing, amazing speakers. And now I'd like to call our first group of speakers to come on. Our panelists to the stage, our President and CEO, Susan Siegel, Tito Arciniega of Microsoft, Idil Yasa of JTI, and Blanca Trevino of Softec.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to be back in Miami and doing this. I also want to thank Greenberg and my dear friend Josbal and everyone here for really being an amazing partner for the Council of the Americas, not just in Miami, but throughout Latin America and every place that we work. I also want to thank Maria, who's led this. So she thanked everybody in her team, and I want to thank her. So thank you very much, Maria. Now, promoting diversity and women leadership is a topic which I care deeply about. We talk about women being in the workforce, but we don't talk enough about women being in leadership positions in the workforce. And we mix them up very often in terms of where diversity lands in any company. So advancing female representation in leadership positions is not only good for morale, it is great for business because every statistic shows that when you have more female leadership, businesses perform better. With the S&P projecting women to make up 50% of leadership by 2030, it's today around 29%. Today, we're going to discuss, frankly, how we get there, because we're not there yet, and we need a real path and a strategy to ensure that in 2030, we're actually at 50-50 in terms of leadership positions. And we're talking about leadership generally, but we have a great panel today because I also think we have to talk about CEOs, where the number is actually quite abysmal. So today we have an amazing panel. To my right is my dear friend Blanca Trevino. She's the president and CEO of Softec. Softec is unique and she is unique. And I'm not going to go through everybody's bios, but to find a woman that not only is the CEO and founder of a tech company, but one in Mexico is extraordinary. To her right is Tito Arciniega. Did I say that right? Close. Arciniega. Okay, well, I learned to speak Italian before I learned to speak Spanish. So, I get a little bit around. He's the president of Microsoft for Latin America. And he really is such an amazing thinker and strategic thinker, and has brought and will bring so much value to Latin America and to this discussion, because I know that this is a very important topic inside of Microsoft. And finally, to his right is Adil Yasa. She's the regional president for the Americas for JTI, also very unique Japanese company. And not many women in Japan are in senior leadership roles. So what a unique panel. Thank you all for being here today. So I'd really like to start with you, Blanca. So you studied a major that was traditionally male generated and went on to be the founder of Softtech and IT services. And over the years, we've seen an increase, but not fast enough, of women in technology jobs. What made you decide to do this? And what drove you to build this global company?
First of all, I have to apologize because I was late, and I have to take this opportunity publicly to say how I feel about the Uber that canceled me. And at the end, Maria is going to kill me. Susan loves me, but she's also going to kill me. So first of all, let me apologize, because probably this started 5 minutes later, because that's when I arrived. So my apologies. It was something that was unexpected. I planned to be here at 8:30, so it couldn't happen. So
it's these Uber drivers.
I know. I don't know what happened, but I'm not going to take any more time related to this. So one thing that I have to say, when people ask me what make me decide to be here, to make me decided to get into tech in Mexico, and this is going to be, you're going to guess my age, but I have to say late 70s. It was completely unexpected. Most of my friends decided not to go to university, but sorry. For me, it was very related to challenges. I always like to think about challenges, something that was, again, probably the word will be, again, unexpected. And my dad was this kind of man, completely different to any other Mexican, that will normally push you to look for those kind of challenges. So he will not give me the chance to even consider that I was not going to get into something that was challenging enough all my life. So when I got into university at the very last moment, thank you so much, at the very last moment, well, first of all, I said computers. At that time, it was about computers, not tech. And computers sounded challenging enough. I said, wow, computers. Imagine, you're too young. Maria mentioned about age, but I look at everywhere and I think none of you is my age. But at that time, computers, normally will take, and Tito can say, well, no, he's also too young. But normally, when you thought about computers, it was not laptops. It was not those kind of things. It was those IBMs that probably needed this kind of room. So imagine computers, it was like going to the moon and back and things like that. So I start, in a certain way, bragging with my dad that I was going to get into computers. If I didn't imagine what computers were, my dad, it was completely worse. But again, I got to university, I put my application to get into that. And at the very last moment, I said, no, this is just men. Because I asked people that were around me. At that time, it was not online, you will be there. And they were all men. And I said, oh, I'm not so sure. I'm not going to be enjoying life. My friends will go normally and take trips and go just girls. So I changed and I said, marketing. So I went back home, and my dad was having lunch with his brother. And again, I was there, and he said, you cannot imagine. Nina, that's my nickname, is getting into computers. You don't know what computers is, but the way that he described it, again, it was going to the moon and back. So when my uncle left, I said, Dad, I have to tell you something. At the very last moment, I decided to go into marketing. Marketing. What are you saying? said, and I used the worst word for him. I said, I was kind of afraid that this was not for me. Afraid. I can live with anything. Probably having a daughter that is not beautiful, is not smart, but I don't want no one that is a coward. So you go back and get into computers. So being very honest, it was a man who convinced me to get into this. No, it is true. He didn't give me any chance. Imagine your dad, you're 18, he'll probably cancel me any kind of allowance that I might have. So it was my dad. It was my dad. I really, and you know, I wouldn't think about that. Normally dads, at least what I hear from many women still today, is that they don't get that kind of support. But I did it. I did it. And I'm so glad that I used that very bad word. I don't like being afraid. And he certainly didn't want to have a daughter. He said, I could leave. My daughter is ugly. My daughter is probably not as smart, but afraid, a coward, that's not for me. So that's what it really, and that's driven on my life, Tito. And I'm so glad that we have a man in the panel.
Absolutely.
Right,
Because he's
gonna
definitely
say
not afraid.
how it feels to work with a woman. And if you have daughters, also you have to challenge your daughters.
So going to you, Tito, they're very important. How do you think about inclusion and gender diversity, both in terms within Microsoft, but Blanca opened up for your daughters as well?
Yeah, actually, my wife is a CHRO for Genesis, so a company. So she has had a wonderful career as well, and always in parallel. But to be fair, she was doing two things, right? So she has done a lot more than I have done and has achieved probably a better position in a global company. And my daughter, she's 28 now, so I'm not so young. And well, she started working at Microsoft, and she resigned, and now she's in NYU. But it's an interesting, and I have, for me personally, I have seen the evolution. Let me give you an example. I think that there's a position of privilege that you don't know you have. And you know what? I don't think it's conscious. You just need to be aware that exists. Because when I start thinking about, and I have these open dialogues, and we have employee resource groups at Microsoft, and diversity and inclusion is a very strong thing as a culture for us. But when I start thinking and reflecting all these conversations that I have now, and I think 25 years ago, I look at me and say, what an idiot. Because you will say, no, you know what? You're going to hire the best person. Gender is not relevant. Whoever is the best for the job, but truly there are so many biases behind the decision, because it's not you give a test that is 100% and then whoever has the best test passes. There is so many things going into those decisions that I believe that just thinking that the best person has way too many biases. So I think that the first thing that needs to happen, and we're working a lot on that, is understand that you learn every single day. You will never be an expert on this, but you need to be willing to learn and need to be willing to understand that there are biases for which the whole society have made you done this. Now, once you understand that, then you need to put significantly more effort. And that's the truth, significantly more effort to listen and understand exactly the other person. In this case, the woman candidate, the woman, how you promote them, how do you ask questions? You need to be a little bit more open into getting to know and understand the things, as opposed to let the person just talk all the time and say, hey, I got it. Or the concept of a leadership is pretty much based on a male personality. No, you're straightforward, you're tough. That's not the real leadership. But again, you have to learn, and I think that constant learning is what brings you to different levels. And I have seen it now. I can see it. You ask my daughter. I challenge my daughter every single day, right? And I said, okay, I know, I mean, you really need to take more risks. You don't have to be 300% prepared. Believe me, you don't. You need to make sure that you are asking for what you want. You are more prepared than what you think. And I will never forget, I was, before Microsoft, I was at IBM for a long time. And in one of these meetings, Ginny Rometty, who was the CEO, at that time was not, but she was later the CEO of IBM. She was telling a story. When she was going to be, when the CEO called her to promote her to be the executive vice president, or senior vice president was the name at IBM, to run the services business, she said that she needed to think about it. So she went back to her house and talked to her husband and say, look, this is what they offer me, but I don't think I'm ready, this. And the husband said, what do you think a man will say? So the next day she went and took the job and then became the CEO. So I think that there is that portion, but it will be unfair to ask the woman to do all the work, change the way you behave, the whole thing, and go this so that you, I think that there needs to be also a change, and this is what allies are so important, and the willingness to have an open mind and learn and understand, because honestly, doesn't matter what I do or how much I try, every single time that I have an open dialogue with women at Microsoft, oof, I'm learning something different and open, and you just need to be willing to that, to learn and learn and understand that you have biases, and as a man, you're coming from a position of privilege. If you don't understand that, this is not going to work.
Your story about Ginny Rometty is so familiar, I'm sure, to so many young women in this room and around. I mean, even my daughter, she was, applying for a job, and she said, well, I'm not sure I'm ready. And I said, well, tell me, who else is applying? And all these guys were applying to a private equity fund. And are they going in and saying, I'm not sure I did all these things? No. Well, then just go in and say you did all these things and worry about how you do it afterwards. So, Idil, you are a sponsor and very active member at Together, which is JTI's employee resource group for fostering women empowerment and gender equality. What initiatives are empowering women for career advancement, and what promoted you and empowered you to get where you are today?
Okay, let me start with the second point then. Because I was thinking when I first started, I didn't have in my mind an exact destination that I will get to XCOM one day. You just start, you're hungry and you're eager to learn, you would like to grow. And I think it's mostly about the qualities that you bring along and you cultivate along your path. It's loving what you do, showing up in a way that is helping and elevating your team, yourself. And I think it's all about having a grit, which is basically being passionate about achieving things collectively together and through with people. And it's the perseverance, because there will be tough times. You all know, I'm sure you all experience, and we will, not the first time, not the last time, there will be difficult patches, difficult times. But to be able to demonstrate resilience against adversity and to keep the courage, to keep the strong belief that days ahead will definitely be better than the days before, to keep that optimism. I think these are the things that carry one along the way. That would be I have a very rewarding journey in our company, which I'm very grateful for. I had the opportunity to work with some exceptional leaders, work with them, learn from them. I also had the opportunity to learn what not to do. That's also part of the experience, as you all know, in your developing your leadership style. But that's how the journey evolves, and that's how it becomes so fulfilling. In our company, we have, like all my colleagues and all of you, I'm sure we have several levels of efforts. But I think when it comes to women empowerment, it's one of those topics like global issues, like climate change. Everyone is for it, but when it comes to the action, we see different levels of engagement. And I'm very optimistic about the progress we're making in our company, in Japan Tobacco International. We had, of course, many pockets of initiatives, but since 6 years, we have a dedicated function, the diversity, equity, and inclusion. We have efforts to secure equal pay, equal opportunities, but we're also very adamant about developing the equity, because it's really important to understand the difference, as not everyone starts from the same place, and the same answer, same policy is not enough, and actually not even right all the time for all our women. So lots of initiatives to cultivate and help women to elevate in the organization and to grow, to have the fulfilling experience. It's not only about the title, but to have the journey in a fulfilling way. And we have many other opportunities, sponsorships, mentorship that we all have. But this together movement that we have, this ERG, is a fully employee-led, initiated by employees and led by employees community. Basically, this is for driving further inclusive environment, further equity. We have certain pillars where we do community, initiate, and allyship. At the end of the day, initiate is more about bringing new community members. We have around 2,000 members all around the world right now. And we have a program called JACA, Just a Call Away. Some volunteering woman that has some experience with mentoring, coaching. They just make themselves available and have some slots. And then for 30 minutes, it's about any moment that you're in a difficult situation that you'd like someone to turn to discuss, to exchange, or a new opportunity, or a safe space to exchange. This is available. This is all by volunteering of our women. And I think what is also have been very, very impactful is this allyship, where the core program is MAP, Men Advocating for Progress, where we really unpack, have some workshops, focus groups, that we talk about how our male colleagues, our men, can actually help. Because more often than not, they say, I'd like to, but I'm not sure where to start from. I'm not sure if I'm going to say something wrong, or if I intimidate, or I don't know how to help, but I want to. So this is where we unpack a little bit, give the stories. And what has made big progress, I'd like to just build on what you said, Tito. It's about listening. It's about connecting. It's about listening. It's about paying attention. Because when we hear the profound stories, actually what is challenging, what's in their minds, in their hearts, then the calling how to help them comes to you, really. Because sometimes we say, I don't know how to. Well, just listen, connect, genuinely open mind, listen. Then it will come to you, whether you stand up for it or you cheer on something. So this is how it evolved in our company.
So I want to follow on with that and ask you a second question, which is, you've lived in a lot of different countries, working for JTI. Has the culture been different in each of the countries?
I would say the company culture, I didn't observe, and I'm not observing a big difference, to be honest, because it's all stands on who we are. We call it our way. It's really what connects us. But I do observe differences locally, how it comes to life, how people express it themselves. And that's actually beauty and diversity. For instance, when engaging, communicating in one geography, it's more spontaneous, fluent, and more fun-related, and it's much more received, and you see much more, let's say, higher levels of engagement. In another geography, you understand that when you listen, when you respect, you understand that they would prefer maybe a bit more structure, to know what to expect, what's expected of them, and to see these differences and then have your leadership style communication in a more versatile experiences. That's where I see it's colored locally, how it comes to life.
Got it. So Tito, going to you, what are the ways that Microsoft supports the participation of women and some of the factors that companies should think about when they want more gender inclusion or just generally more inclusiveness?
Yeah, I think inclusiveness is, for me, the right word. Because, look, we have always talked about diversity without the I. And I think the I makes a big difference, because I means that you really are going to listen with a purpose to understand, not just going to chase a metric. And this understanding is what I believe it makes the difference. So inclusion is that, is asking questions and make sure that everybody's participating, that you're here from everybody in every single meeting. So I think that the role modeling is something that is extremely important on inclusion. And this will help not only women, but many other different communities, whether it's Black, Indigenous, or LGBTQ. I mean, it's just everybody has a story behind it. And part of what we're trying to do is how can you be yourself? And you don't have to have two different approaches of one is your working life and the other one is your personal life, which has to be, I mean, I don't have two, but I can imagine having two will be exhausting if one is exhausting for me. So part is that the inclusion side is extremely important. So we have a lot of these, what we call open dialogues. On top of the ERGs, and woman at Microsoft is probably one of the largest ERG and has all the support in the world, but there is intentionality. This intentionality, and this is going to happen. I mean, we're at the probably average because we are 33% representation of women. We went up from what, 29, so that's a little bit, and now we're
in management roles.
29 in management roles now, up from 24 or something like that. I mean, so it's going up, and I think it's the intention, and it's this understanding, and then being given the chance, right? A person. So is what are you looking for in an interview when you are hiring a manager? As I said before, I think those things matter. Asking the right questions, giving the chance so that the person can open more, and having the conversations. And those things that I say are subtle, but it needs to start with role modeling, then coaching and caring. Those things are a constant, and this is part of what we have incorporated as part of the role of a manager. So those three things, right? Role model, coaching, and care. And care is not insignificant. You really need to be passionate about it, otherwise it's not going to happen. So yes, we are moving things that were simple, right? At a point in time to say you need to hire, make sure that there is a woman on the slate. Well, initially there was only a woman on the slate on a paper, but there was not on the interview. Now, for that metric to count, it has to be interviewed. Right? So that means that the conversation happened and you have that open dialogue. So, I mean, there are many efforts that are going on. And of course, this ERG is extremely important because the community is big. It also brings a ton of support for especially the early in career and young women that are starting to that. So to learn, get experiences, ask questions in a very safe environment. And I mean, I don't know, my colleagues at Microsoft will tell you, but I mean, in Latin America, we're trying to clearly create a psychologically safety environment where trust is given so that you can actually say what you want to say and everything is going to be heard, because the premise is that everything that you are saying has good intent. It's good intent. So now if you don't agree with that and the whole thing, if you come with good intent, you try to understand the person. So you're not trying to listen to reply, but listen to understand the other point of view. So, and again, this comes with a lot of role modeling, conversations, opening spaces, and making sure that this is not only one person, but you have many people that, because this is the thing that is interesting. I would have guessed initially that if a woman is a manager, she will hire a lot more women. No, that's not the case. So even in those spaces, there is, and when you ask the questions why, is interesting, because I think that person is trying to demonstrate that she's not biased, which it defeats the purpose. You cannot be biased when you are less than 50% of the population. When you're 50%, 50-50, we'll have another conversation. But I mean, from 33 to 50, that's still a lot. And in our industry in particular, which is technology, is hard. So we're also doing a lot of skilling. How do you bring more young women? How do you take them into this world? Your dad got you into this. Good for him, because look what you have done. But I mean, we need to make sure that this is a little bit more massive, because at the end of the day, honestly, what is happening in the world, technology is going to be a part of any business no matter what. So it is important that science and technology comes into. So we're trying to do also those sides. I mean, it's a journey. but I can not stress enough intentionality. Just having the logo and talking the words, but don't having metrics and don't measure, don't role model, coach, it will not happen. It will take way too long. So
Thank you. You led the way for my question to Blanca. So there is a huge skill gap in technology overall in Mexico, but particularly for women. And how do you change that? And what are you doing to change that? And Soft Tech doing?
Yeah, one thing that is important, and it's related to what you said, today, everything is about talent. I think it's the best moment for anyone, no matter if it's related to women. When you said about inclusion, years ago, you have to fight in a certain way how you could get there. But today, more and more, and yes, in the tech industry, probably more than in any other, we need that talent, and you should not limit the company to just have access to men. Or today, we need everyone that has that talent. There's a huge gap today, and there is, as opposed to many, many years, and I'm sure we'll agree to this, if you want to go and look for that talent, it's difficult to find. So you want to open those spaces much more. I think it's the best moment for women. Even though it was not part of the question, I would like to build on those things that we just discussed. I truly believe that it's that companies, yes, they have to have policies and all the things that were described, Tito, in companies like Microsoft or many others, that you need in order to empower people, to bring people, to have that intentionality or that inclusion. But I truly believe that it's more related to how we feel. You describe your daughter, and sometimes it's the woman who limits their way into the company. Sometimes it's related to, do I deserve this? Am I ready for this? So it's not about the company opening those spaces, but it's also yourself to give yourself that opportunity. It's not for the company to offer the opportunity, but it's yourself to do that. Because we see when you ask those kind of questions about how the percentage of women that you have in the company is obviously larger in the low part, but in leaderships, you don't find as many. For me, it's horrible to say that my direct reports, I have 3 out of 12. That is not something that should happen. I am a woman. The CEO is a woman. So no one could question how much I support them. But every time that I invite someone probably to get into a higher level, not just my direct reports, but someone else, they will question how this is going to be perceived, not in the company, but in society, how the family is going to support them, and they said they kind of feel guilty sometimes, not just ready, not if they are professionally ready, not if they have the skills, but if they could really handle their family and also or your professional life. So you have to work with them really. When we think about role models, when you think about opening conversation, it's how you can work with them, showing that this is something that they should not feel guilty about. But because if you feel guilty in a certain way, your kids will grow feeling victims of you. You're guilty, so you're making them suffer. So first of all, you have to say, I can handle this. I deserve, and this is not that I'm not going to pay attention to my family. This is that we can do that. So I can talk many things about Softtech and the talent and many other companies, but more and more in different panels, in different spaces, places, when I talk to different people in different companies, today they do have spaces, policies that kind of, they understand how important it is to bring the talent. So it is frustrating that you talk to people, please, you can have this, you can handle this position. No, I'm not so sure. Today with technology, it's also impressive all the things, the way that they can facilitate taking that role. Years ago, and some of us might remember this, that it was so difficult when I travel every week, probably 20 years ago, not every week, but every other week. And I remember all the things that I had to do in order to leave my daughters and everything ready. So everything will be covered, even though I would leave just for 3 days. Today, you have FaceTime, so you can talk to them. You have Uber, they can call and bring. You have Instacart. I try to think like how you have WhatsApp, so you can, in a certain way, talk to your friend. Can you pick up my daughters? Everything today, I wouldn't say easy, but not as difficult as it was in the past. But what it is, it hasn't changed from my perspective. And we have offices in India and in China and Spain and South America. I see those women questioning themselves if they can handle it. In many cases, if they have the skills, if they are ready, but many others, it's, can I do this? And I will question them and say, you are taking the wrong decision. When you decline to take that position, you are in a certain way showing other women that they are not, will not be able to. So it is, again, today is about talent. Is a bright moment for us. No, we need that talent. That's great. Not in the past, certainly in many industries. Tech is one of them. But the other one is we have to work with women in saying, we can do this. We don't have to feel guilty. We are not just ready professionally, but we are ready to handle both our lives. All right.
Showing my age, I remember the AT&T calling credit card so that I could talk to my kids on the phone when I was traveling, and the written agenda that you would leave, right?
And public phones, remember at
And
the airport?
public phones.
And you have to call him, how can I take it home of them? Or I remember the first time that I told my daughter with the mobile, you just have to push this button and I'm gonna answer, no
Absolutely.
matter where I am. It is
These
completely
mobile
different.
phones.
Remember, it was horrible.
So I'm going to ask you one more question because I think it's really important. There's going to be a woman president in Mexico. She believes she can do it. Is that going to change the attitude?
So imagine a woman president, not even in the US, in Mexico. Today, there's not a chance. 2 women, right? So it is going to be a woman. And
Math would tell us that.
absolutely right. It's so easy.
We don't
But
need AI.
imagine the kind of support for them to be there, to aspire to be there, how they feel that they could handle a country as Mexico with the challenges that we have in Mexico. It will absolutely change because people, again, every time that a woman declines to take a position, all the women, it's not just a role model that they look at the one that decided to do it. They all also look at the one that say, no, we're not ready. And Tito mentioned this, but it's true. In many cases, women don't support other women. Years ago, I remember probably the ones that make me things more difficult were the mothers of the friends of my daughters. They would look at me and, no, you can't go to that house. The mother is not there. Don't go there. And probably it's because they felt, I don't know, envy or whatever, that they didn't do it. So we're going to have a president, no question about that. I think, I kind of think the one that could be better, you always have that, right? But I think both will be able, at least gender is not going to be the problem. If that's the other thing. It's, you have to think that whatever challenge, you should not feel that there's a bias, that there's a difficulty because you're a woman. You have to look at you and say, I have the talent, I have the power, everything. So if something doesn't work in Mexico in the next years, I'll not say it was related to gender. Might be related to other things, but not gender. Women were better, Tito, in many things. We are multitask. We can do multitasking. Men sometimes are not good at that. We don't have the time, but I can share with you one thing that women face, but later, well, in a minute. When you're doing in the morning, Tito, probably you're different, but in the morning, you wake up early because you have to prepare the lunch boxes, breakfast, everything. You, in a certain way, look at the emails that you have to answer. You're doing so many things. And then your husband comes and you're in the phone, probably talking to anyone, preparing everything. Your husband comes in the kitchen and you just ask him, how do you want your eggs? Scramble? Greasy? How do you? And he's on the phone also. Wait, bad at you and says, how come you can ask me that question? I'm busy. Oh no, here I am, just so free. I'm doing your eggs, I'm doing the lunch boxes. I don't know. Husbands, men are not multitask.
So wait a second, Tito, do you make the eggs in the morning?
And it was just about the question they said, I was gonna do the eggs. And just tell me, scramble or an omelet? Don't ask me that, I'm at the phone. No, I'm here just waiting for you. No, my phone, my emails, lunch boxes. So multitask, women are multitask.
Yeah.
Many men are, but
No,
not.
so this is for me something that I analyze because I even see my wife and I, we studied industrial engineering university. We tied the second place. We tied. Yeah. So the competition between us has always been.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. So when the dean gave us the award, say, now you can get married.
Did he
So
conduct the ceremony?
huh?
Did he conduct the ceremony?
Yeah, the ceremony. So anyhow, it happens 3-4 years after that, but it was interesting. And then me getting into tech, and she wanted to do industrial engineering, how hard it was for her. And then she ended up into tech. And then they start calling her for the other thing, and she said, "No, tech is better," and she moved on. But it was interesting. But to your point, I think I asked my wife, right? So why are you more demanding with my daughter than with my son? Why is you're asking help to Tanya, which is my daughter? She does I mean, when she stays with me and Eva is traveling, I have a schedule. Everything is prepared, and she's the food and this and the whole thing and whatever. My son doesn't even know what to happen. He just wakes up and somebody will give him something. Right? So I said, this is the same kid and you raised them both. Right? We raised them both, but honestly, you did more. Significantly more, I have to say that. So, and that's what I mean by the bias and the privilege. It goes beyond the office and the labor market. It's the whole society that has created these differences. So if you don't understand that as a man, it's a very hard thing to know because you think you're being fair. Right? I'm sure your husband that was talking said, I'm working. Right? Yeah. So I'm working. So yeah. So which is zero understanding that the other person is working and also doing things for you and for your kids and everything, right? So zero empathy. Why? Because it's given to you for granted, which is what I'm telling with my son, right? So this is.
So you get this and you're super supportive. Is that true within Microsoft as a whole? Is it the same kind of, is this a culture or is this personal?
Look, nothing as a whole is always going to be, but I think that the care part of every person, because the more you listen, here's the thing, I do believe people have good heart. We hire people at Microsoft that really want to do things that are beyond just revenue. And I think that culture permeates. So I think it's good people that have their heart in the right place. So now what you need to do with these people is expose them to the reality. Because if you never are exposed to these conversations and looking at from outside and hear to that, I mean, you will talk to your husband and say, what are you thinking? Huh? Have you seen this from outside? Because the person in that moment doesn't even acknowledge that that's happening. So here's the thing, right? So how are we putting managers, right, and male employees more into these open dialogues so that they understand those perspectives? I think is what's going to change, because once you understand, it clicks, right? Because there's no bad intention. Nobody has woke up saying, you know what, I'm going to make women miserable. That's not the main intention. But I think this is where the understanding and listening is what educates you. And now you see it with a very different perspective, because common sense is common sense, right? And that story, and I'm sure it has happened to me as well, right? Oh, I'm doing so, and you're just not appreciative enough of everything that the other person is doing for you, which is significantly more. But I just wanted to go back that needs to be understood because the society creates that difference from the get-go.
So what is the biggest challenge in your company, do you think? And as the company, you've had an amazing career, you've lived overseas, you've run many different operations. Is that broadly true in your company for women?
I would say the opportunities do exist, but to build on Blanca's point, this hesitation, not having the courage or seeing yourself less, can I do it? Maybe I should not put my hand up, or can I really uproot my family and go to another geography and start from the very beginning? It's a new job and also I have other responsibilities. I think that's important to address, to make aware our women that there is support. Don't hesitate to ask for support. You will be amazed how much help, support within the company or outside the company, but just put your hand up, ask for support, and don't hold back. I totally agree with that because we're holding back ourselves in many cases. I'm talking about connect. When I have the opportunity to connect with many, many women, and I really do hear about, I'm not sure, maybe I should not even aspire to become at the leadership position. It's tough, I'm happy with my family. It's okay, but it's possible. So why are you hesitating? How do we unpack that? How do we genuinely address and just, not just the words, but by examples and helping them? That's where the equity comes, being intentional about the equity, providing the specific support for each and every need that we are facing. Basically, the teams that are approaching, emerging here is at the end of the day being intentional, connecting. I will not stop saying that no matter what, to listen, to understand, and to elevate, to encourage, to put your hand up and take the risk. There's no other way. Nobody's going to do that for you. You have to put your hand up and trust that there will be support. There will be support in your team, in your community, in your family. Go for it. And it's important that you find that courage to move, take the next step. That's important to wrap up in that sense. So, and I resonate very much with many of the anecdotes that you have said. We can build on those anecdotes. That's true. But it's also, I think, to have the empathy to men as well. I mean, that's how they've been brought up with the society and everything. So how do we bring them from allies to active advocates? I'm with you. Thank you for standing with the change. But okay, what do you do about it? In day-to-day, not in grandiose events or get-togethers and everything, but in day-to-day. How do we bring them to become active advocates?
Something, I want to be fair. Like you said, even my husband not understanding or not wanting to say scramble or not scramble, he really didn't, I mean, I cannot complain about that. He didn't feel bad. He was not able to handle both things, the call and that kind of decision. So I understand that for many men. I never questioned that. I just understood. And because he will support me in every other way. Like I said, I used to travel every week. So I want to be fair. He was not necessarily not having that empathy. It was just something that he was not prepared. I mean, not ask me two things at the same time, being very honest. Like you said, people are well-intentioned. My husband was. It was just something that he didn't have that skill. It was just two things, not able to do it.
So you were going to make a comment.
What I was want to make is, look, I always pivot to the part that what men have to do. Because the moment that I said, and it's probably true, everybody, this is what I'm hearing, right? So, and you hear it also in open dialogues, that I don't feel ready, I don't feel prepared, I think it's too much workload, can I handle this, will I be good, will I be mediocre if I do these two things? So there is a sense of I'm on a failing performance at both sides of the equation that is hard. Now, if I start talking about that, then I'm going to put everything on the woman, which is a concern for me, right? That, okay, so you need to talk different, you need to do this, you need to be ready, you need to make sure. So I don't think we can, right? So it needs to be pivoted significantly higher on the responsibility of the men to understand that they are the ones that have to bring these things and support. And as you said, I do agree that, I mean, I have seen my wife just dealing with all the things that we have to do, and we have moved so many times, so many places. And now technology makes it so much easier for her. Even now, we just moved. I just sold a house and we moved. I didn't do anything.
Can I ask you a question on this? Because I think this is a really important question. How do you coordinate two really large careers moving around all the time? I think that's a really big challenge for a lot of young professionals, men and women, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we were lucky because she joined IBM after 4 years. I was already there, and then IBM was extremely supportive of not breaking this. So when it was, in my case, I was the one assigned or moved, she will also get a position. So it was very simple to get a position. But regardless of that, she needed to change jobs, and she was an executive at IBM too. Then I resigned. And that's where the thing happened, because now she was at IBM and I was at Microsoft. She needed to resign because then IBM started to make things hard. And that's where I think, but it was my kids now were 15 or something. So it was easier, but this is where I think, I don't know if she will say the same thing, but I think that I was more supportive because she got offered a very good position at California in HP. And we were living in Seattle with my kids. And I said, you have to take it. I said, what do you mean? You have to take it. Wow. And she went, and we had an apartment in Palo Alto, and she started on this commuting. And I said, you have to do it. The kids are good, that nothing is going to happen. And out of that, then she became a CHRO. But those are the things that need to happen, because initially it was, how can I'm going to leave my house? And I will say that there was a selfish part of me too. Because honestly, I think that if we have retired at the end, it would have been I didn't get to my potential professionally because I gave up for you and the kids. And I didn't want that to happen. So she's fully developed professional. I would say she's more successful than I am for sure. And is happy, right? But at this stage is good. At the beginning, I think it would have been hard if somebody have to leave a job or then find another job. So there are things, but I'm seeing today that happening more often than not. And I'm seeing it more gender neutral than it was before, right? So just take it. The other guy says, fine, you make more money. It's better for both of us, and go, and I'll have to do something else. At my time was harder. But now, I mean, look, I talked to my son, and he's extremely more open and more respectful and more aware of those things that I was at his age, for sure. So I do have faith that this is going to change dramatically. But in the workforce right now, I think the intentionality, the caring, and the role model is not enough. And there is a ton for management, and this is men and women, to make sure that they do that with an effort. It's not okay to leave everything for the woman to say, I have to change the way I'm going to speak. I have to say things that I don't feel comfortable saying. So I think it has to be pivoted more from the management side to bring the best out of the woman and support them to make this transition from this 33% to 50%.
Need more role models like you, because when we think about role models, we think woman and other women looking at them. But I'm so convinced that it's more related to family. Your son is going to be incredible. You're the best role model that he could have. Believe me, it is important. No, because you have shown that it is possible. You have shown that how important it is for you that your wife is also successful. You convinced your wife that she could do it. And your daughter saw that. Your son is looking at you. So whenever we think about role models,
Yeah.
we have to talk about men
Right.
supporting. We should have more Titos in the panel.
Well,
and in
you know
the-
what? I think we should have Tito and his wife on a
Right.
panel. I think that would be a
No,
cool
but
thing.
look at him. Look at him, because many times we are women talking to other women. No, we have to see what is he thinking.
Absolutely.
That's why I always give credit to my dad, but he didn't support my mom. But looking at this way, I have no doubt how your son is going to do, because he has looked at you and your daughters have seen your wife. Those are the role models, not necessarily just in the company, but in your family.
So I'm going to get murdered. You get the last word here.
No, I'm saying absolutely. That's I totally
He's a
agree. Men
great
and
role
their
model.
families.
Yeah,
it's
great
more
role
important.
model. So I think all three of you are amazing role models. And I want to thank you for joining us. I'm going to get murdered by my team if we don't end. But we're a little over time, but not much. So I want to thank each of you, Idel, Tito, my dear friend Blanca. Thank you for joining us today. This has been beyond informative, really fun. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
What an inspiring panel, right? Courage, take risks, don't be afraid, believe in yourself. You are ready. I love these. And perseverance and resilience. I think if we could bottle that up, we would all take it home. Well, now we're very excited to have Susan back up here again. I know she was like, I'm doing this back to back. I said, yes, you are. But really, we have an honor to introduce our keynote conversation with the mayor of Miami-Dade County, Daniela Levine Cava, and of course, our own president and CEO, Susan Siegel. The conversation will highlight Mayor Daniela's career path in the public service as a lawyer, a social worker, an activist, and the first female mayor of Miami-Dade. Welcome, Daniela.
Is someone going to reset that little thing up there, please? So, Daniela, I want to welcome you. Maria did a lot of the introduction, but I do want to make a couple of points in your introduction. She was elected the first ever woman mayor in November of 2020 after 40 years of advocacy for South Florida families. And I think that's really important. As mayor, she oversees over 30,000 employees and serves nearly 3 million residents. So those of you that think you manage something, nothing like this. Yeah. And she is definitely focused on building a more resilient and prosperous Miami-Dade. So her initiatives include combating gun violence, something that coming originally from New York, I believe in deeply, building a future-ready economy, tackling the housing crisis, and of course, preserving the environment. Her broad background as a lawyer, a social worker, and an activist really gives her a unique background to be mayor. And she has, with her husband and Dr. Robert Cava, she's raised 2 children, which is also, I think, so important because you've not only had incredible professional achievement, as we talked about, but you've also had personal achievement and satisfaction. Now, we know that Miami, Mayor, is your home, but you're originally from New York and you moved to Miami to join your husband. Can you tell us about your journey a little bit, please?
All right. Well, it's a pleasure to be with you. Thank you. This august organization that draws people who are so global and expansive in your thinking and part of this great group. It's really an honor to be with you. I'm so proud to serve as our first woman mayor in Miami-Dade County. And we do have cities, by the way. We have 34 cities that are part of the county. About half of the county is not part of a city. So it's a complicated formula, a management challenge, I'll put it like that. But I do, just before I get started.
And diverse, right?
Oh, yes, the most diverse, the most dynamically diverse, the most inclusive, the most welcoming. Really love it. But I do also want to acknowledge my team that's with me, Jessie De Casada-Covey, who's our Chief of Innovation and Economic Development, her Deputy James Comstam, and Maria Dreyfus-Ulvert, who is our lead on global affairs. So so happy that they're with me here today. So my journey. So I was born in New York City, but then we moved to the suburbs, and my dad was in international business. He was traveling all over the world, and occasionally he had the opportunity to stay in one place for a time. So he took us with him to Brazil and then Chile. Yes, also Vancouver, Canada. So we lived as a family in 3 different places. And then I guess I had a travel bug. That was not the norm for my peers. I'm 68, so I've been around for a little bit, and I did not know anyone else who had traveled globally, much less lived overseas. So that was a very broadening experience. It was Rio, Santiago, Vancouver, and then I, on my own, lived in England, Puerto Rico. Where else did I live? I traveled a lot. So I would say that this was extremely formative for me, right? If you have that experience, and so many in this country at that time were so US focused and really didn't understand that the United States was not the center of the universe. So for me, it was very broadening and humbling to experience life in other countries.
I understand that because I traveled from the time I was a small child too, with my grandparents and my parents. And so it really shaped how I thought about the world and my career. So upon your arrival in Miami, continuing on your journey, you worked as an attorney, a social worker in different programs and local organizations to advocate for residents. What made you decide to run for mayor?
Well, I left out, just to be complete, Chicago and Atlanta, other places that I lived. And I actually met my future husband in Atlanta. So I never planned to stay in Miami, just to be clear. It was going to be temporary. We were going to sail around the world. That was
On your own sailboat?
yes, we were going to sail around the world. Not a clue had I, but this was his ambition, and I was willing to go along. His family was here. He's a physician. His father was a physician. He planned to give his dad a sabbatical year, and then after that, we would sail around the world. So I finished my last year of law school here at University of Miami, although I had graduated from Columbia, law and social work degrees. So I was about social change. I was really about children and families. My educational focus had been building better lives for children, making sure that every child had the right to be loved and stable and have a productive future life, and studied psychology, but with an emphasis on child studies in college, and then my master's in social work, and so on. So I never planned to go into politics. I call myself a late bloomer. So I was here in Miami-Dade. I started quite a few nonprofit organizations. One of them, Voices for Children, that focuses on children in foster care. And I ran the foster care system for a time here, and had other roles. And I founded an organization called then the Human Services Coalition, which became then Catalyst Miami, which is a major anti-poverty and civic engagement organization. So that was my special sauce, my emanation of my soul. And I was teaching people how to advocate for improvements in government to meet the needs of children and families and communities, especially those struggling economically. And finally, someone pushed me over the edge and said, it's time, you really need to do it. And my daughter pushed me into thinking like maybe there was a life after my nonprofit, which I was concerned with how it would continue without me, really. But I helped to stabilize it, and then I took the plunge and I ran for county commission, and that was in a portion of the county in the southern part of our county, and I was county commissioner for 6 years. And it was really a wonderful experience because I was able to put into practice a lot of the things that I had been advocating for on the outside, and also work with my extensive network of community organizations, faith groups, civic groups to get things done, because you can't do it on your own. You have to have public support, public advocacy. And then after 10 years, the then mayor had termed out, and it was really time to try to have a bigger impact. So I ran and became mayor.
Wow. So your mother, you're a leader, and how do you balance it all?
Well, someone asked me that question recently for Women's History Month. We had a women's panel. I said, I don't think I'm the best one to ask about balance, probably. But I don't think I would have done this at a younger age. I wasn't prepared, ready, didn't think it was my best role. Also, when I had my children, I was certainly working very hard. I mean, I always work hard, but my children are grown. My husband's quite self-sufficient. So I work all the time. And my downtime, if you will, is nature, mostly being in nature. I did not have grandchildren when I first ran. That might have changed my trajectory. Now I have 2 in Washington, D.C., and 1 3 months old here. So that is a joy and certainly a tonic for the other ills. For example, people asked me the other day how I'm doing. I have a rule, only 3 crises a day. After that, it has to roll over to the next day, But speaking of rolling over, that was my news. My 3.5-month-old granddaughter had just rolled over.
That's fantastic.
Yes,
No,
truly.
I mean, I
truly
think
it
being a
is.
grandmother is
The
really,
best.
my daughter is pregnant, so I'm gonna be a
Oh,
grandmother hopefully in the fall.
oh,
So,
wonderful.
I can identify with that because I think that will have a huge impact in my life and how I want to
Absolutely.
spend my time.
Yes.
So you oversee this huge metropolitan government of nearly 30,000 employees, and you serve 3 million residents and manage an annual budget of 12 billion. What does it mean to you? And are you having fun doing this?
Well, I tell people it's joyful about 90% of the time, but that could vary depending on the day of the week. There definitely are many, many challenges. We have huge economic growth here in Miami-Dade County. We're the most recovered economy in the country. Certainly people discovered our paradise during the pandemic, and then they moved themselves, their families, their businesses. We have really a net in migration and also departure. It's so not really growing population-wise overall, but the people who are coming are business innovators or catalytic people. They're coming from New York and Chicago and California, Texas, So it has changed. It is changing the trajectory. With all of that growth has also come some really big pain points like affordability. So it's really short-sighted to not aggressively deal with housing. Certainly traffic. I don't know how much time you all are here, but yeah, traffic is definitely a challenge, and the only solution is transit. So we have to really double down on those solutions. The environment is our existential threat. Certainly have the most assets at risk from sea level rise of any place in the world. And unfortunately, we're still building, not always smart. So we have to really focus on infrastructure. So we're very, very focused on that, reducing our carbon as well. We're shore power at the port. I just came from the port, so I'm reminded of that. Just many, many things that we're doing to be responsible in the world, but also to protect and prolong our quality of life here. So I don't remember the question, but those are the things that those are the things that keep me up at night. Oh, you asked if I'm having fun. You know, I am a great problem solver. I love to solve problems. And I do it, of course, not on my own. I do it with a great, great team. And I do it in collaboration with all of my community and business partners. I'm considered very business friendly. I recognize that we can't do any of this if we don't have the support of the business community. But I'm also a social worker at heart. And of course, I care very, very much about the well-being of the people in our community. And I'll just finish with where I started. If we don't make sure that the people who are here supporting our economy can afford to be here, then we're really shooting ourselves in the foot.
So I guess, how do you balance exactly that with the infrastructure and housing needs and the environment? Because those all are separate tracks, but they need to come together on one track, right?
Yeah, and we need the public to understand that. So we did launch an initiative around a financing program bond that would include housing affordability and resilience programs. We just announced yesterday that we're going to take a couple more years to build momentum because there's a big demand also to really invest in transit. Transit, again, kind of an Achilles heel. And, but the business community said, look, we need to solve this. That's a very heavy lift. You know, we poll these things. So we know that people understand that we have to protect our bay. It's an economic engine, the blue heart of our economy. We know people understand the housing dilemma. We know people want more parks. People don't want to pay more for transit because they have a half penny sales tax that was approved that overpromised and underdelivered. And that was before my time, but it was really, it is corrosive to make promises that you know you cannot deliver on. And the program was designed around a full penny, and then it was decided only to go to the public and ask for a half penny because of public sentiment, but they never reduced the promises. So we're in that moment in which we have to restore trust in our government's ability to spend money on transit before that will be approved by voters. So we're taking a little more time to do that. So you asked how to balance it. I think really we need the public to understand. So we're taking our time. We have grants with community groups to educate. We're going to be working hard to help people understand that, you know, it's not just to survive, but it's to thrive, and we have to make investments.
So Miami has become this incredible international hub. I mean, a lot of people call it the capital of Latin America. And you're also trying to become, and you are, a center of innovation and technology. Can you tell us a little bit of how you balance that and how you see that?
So we are still a county of small businesses. So even with the very exciting relocation and growth, and we have more, we don't only have companies relocating, but they're scaling. And they're scaling because we have more capital than we used to have. So we really have a perfect environment. We need our academic institutions to also meet the challenge, because to provide the workforce for the new economy requires sustained educational pipelines. So we have to work collaboratively and are doing so. So the small business ecosystem is a very innovative one. We are naturally innovative. It's in our DNA. So that, if you know the Kaufman Foundation that measured those things, like I'm talking, go back decades, out of necessity, because when we have so many people locating from Caribbean and Central and Latin America, many of them really don't fit into the traditional economy. So they have to be inventive, and we have a great entrepreneurial um, ecosystem and like DNA. So that on top of the newcomers and the new capital is really meteoric. We just have to be able to balance it with the equity, the opportunity, and make sure that we're building in a resilient way. So one of the things that we've done, of course, I created an Office of Innovation and Economic Development led by Chessie and her team. We also have an Office of Resilience, which was in the county, which as a commissioner, I really pushed to make happen. But as mayor, I elevated it to the mayor's office. So I have on my right, I've got my innovation economic team. On my left, I've got my resilience team, and then how they work together so that our economic development addresses those concerns. Oh, and my Office of Equity and Engagement. So all those are kind of my little satellites revolving around my mayor's office, and working collaboratively. We created something called purpose-driven procurement to make sure that when the county procures, that those companies are resilient and they are equitable. And even though the state has attempted to and has been successful in preempting our ability to, for example, require a living wage higher than a minimum wage, we still have tools in our toolbox to make sure that we can support our workforce and we can develop in a way that will be sustainable.
And in a state that might feel less about gender diversity, et cetera, than some other states, how are you dealing with that here in my state?
Well, diversity of all kinds. And so again, I have an Office of Equity and Engagement, the first in the county. And that's also baked into our procurement and our hiring. By the way, ladies, recently I sat down to do the actual calculations because I knew that I had a lot more women than were before in leadership roles. So when I take my direct reports and then their direct reports, so my chiefs, my directors, and my deputy directors were 2/3 women.
Congratulations. That's terrific.
Yeah, really. And I can't say I said about doing that intentionally, that these were just the right people for the jobs, right?
Absolutely.
So, but we do need to be very conscious of it. And I created, the first thing I did when I was elected to office as county commissioner, I was elected in August, it's a primary, but I don't take office till November. And I had 3 months to prepare. And I was approached by, I think San Francisco, where they had passed the Convention to End Discrimination in All Forms Against Women, a UN charter that the United States had rejected. So along with the Vatican, and I don't remember which Eastern European country that didn't sign on, everyone else signed on. And they were doing a movement to get, I think some cities had adopted it, but no county. So I set to work, and very early in my tenure, we adopted that charter, and we have an annual report on the status of women. Sadly, while we're making progress in some regards, especially the pandemic, often called a she-cession, not a recession, because women as the primary caretakers lost ground in salaries and in business involvement. So we have to rebuild.
And what are you most proud of?
Well, I'm really, really proud of my team. I have an amazing, amazing team of leaders, many of whom are not coming out of traditional government backgrounds, but also finding innovators within county government to elevate. And really for me, it's culture change. It's creating a new approach that's very customer focused. Look, I got into this because I care about our democracy so passionately and believe that the way government delivers services translates into people's trust in their government. So I had been working on this issue outside of government, building trust. So here I have an opportunity to deserve the trust, if you will. and so created an Office of Resident Services. We monitor customer inquiries and complaints, train everybody in, treating, like, if there's a pothole to be filled or a water bill to pay or a dirty bathroom at the airport or whatever it may be, it's all customer service and it all translates to how people feel about their governments. So that has been my focus.
Well, I mean, I think it's amazing because you think of your constituents as customers, and that is very different than a lot of mayors. And it's so important because you're the first point of contact that many citizens have with government. And so your view of them as customers is just critical.
Well, they pay the bill, right? There you go.
So the time is up, but I have one last question. We have a lot of young professionals, not just in the room, but virtually. If you had to give them one piece of advice, what would it be, Mayor? Please.
Well, I have a personal mission statement that I developed a few years ago, which is talent scouting for world benefit. So actually, this was somewhat spurred by a conversation I had with some business students at the University of Miami, where somebody said to me, "Oh, I'm going to retire and then I'll get involved in the community." I said, "You got to be kidding. We need you now. We need you to take your passion, whatever it is, and lend your expertise, your credibility, your passion to a cause that is meaningful to you. Just get started. Just do something to make a difference."
Well, you clearly make a difference. So thank you so much for being with us today, and we hope to see you again. And good luck.
And I am up for reelection, so, okay.
Okay, everyone, thank you. That was amazing. And now we have a coffee break, so enjoy. So everybody, we need to come back. I know everybody's having a great time, but we have the second half of our program that is going to begin soon. We can get everybody to come back in the room. Ah! Can we, Natalia, can we get everybody to come back in? Thank you. If we can get the team to get everybody to convince them to come back in. I know it's tough because we love to converse. How are you? We're so excited to have. Okay. So let's get everybody back in. Let's get everybody back in. Can we get everybody back in? Can we get everybody back in?
How's that corner work? Good?
Okay, it seems like my screaming. Okay, so they told me to stand on that X, but I feel odd, so I'm gonna be offside here next to you. So now it is my really great honor to introduce our next panel discussion. This is a really cool one. This is Women as Pioneers and Path Makers in Competitive Fields. And we have an amazing panel, so I send it over to you.
Is this thing? Yes, it is. Radio presenter voice time. Well, good morning, everyone here in the room and everyone that's joining us online. We have two very tough acts to follow after the very inspiring conversations that we had this morning. But we have a very interesting panel and we have a star-studded lineup of panelists. I don't know if you were familiar with the report that the International Labour Organization published last week on female access to work. But that report that's hot off the presses said that there's around a 20 or 25% gap on access to work between men and women, which is terrible, and we need to work on that. But that becomes even more present when we think about the C-suite, the boards, and the leadership of the companies that we all participate in, which is the purpose of this panel. So we will learn from these amazing three leaders. I will not do justice to their introduction. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with you, Lorianne, and ask you to introduce yourself. Tell us about yourself, your journey, where you work, and what you do.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lorianne Diaz, but my friends call me LA. I am the Vice President of Business Communications and Social Responsibility for your Miami Heat. I am a 305 girl, born and raised. Thank you. Thank you. It is season 24 with the Miami Heat and season 25 in the NBA. I started my career when I was still living out in Los Angeles, working for the Clippers before they were the reputable organization that they are today. This is my 5th position with the organization. I started out as a marketing assistant, and all these years later, just kind of kept climbing the ladder. Really happy to be here today to talk shop with you all, and thank you for having me.
Thank you for being with us, Madelka.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. I am also very happy to be here, surrounded by this woman, a wonderful woman. I'm sure we're going to learn a lot. I'm also very pleased to have a male moderator because as we were discussing before, it's important that they are part of the conversation. So I'm Madelka Macala. I am originally from Panama. Everything that I'm going to tell you now, it's relevant for whatever I'm going to answer later. So I'm originally from Panama. I am the youngest from 3 sisters. So you can imagine what does to someone when you're growing up. You develop special skills in negotiation and persuasion when you have to compete for attention, which is also useful or is being useful in my career. At the core of who I am, I have my values and which are self-respect, humility, respect for others, discipline, and persistence. And something that is very important to me as well is, self-care. So I place high value on mental and physical health, which is something that we normally don't discuss as much as leaders, right? But that's also very important. I am the Chief Corporate Affairs and Impact Officer at AES. It's a global energy company, operates in about 13 markets, and we are supporting customers and countries decarbonize and achieve their sustainability goals. And I do this based out of Washington, D.C. or Arlington, Virginia, those are the headquarters of the company. And with this new role, because it's a new role that was created just to make sure that we help accelerate the energy transition, I lead the corporate communications, stakeholder relations, and impact teams.
Thank you, Madelka. Alejandra, welcome.
Thank you. Well, first of all, good morning, everybody. It's very nice to be here, surrounded by such talented and inspiring women and men too. My name is Alejandra. I'm the managing director of CMPC USA. CMPC, it's a paper and pulp company. We're in the forest industry. Our headquarters are in Chile, and we have our office and our operations in Atlanta, Georgia. That's where I live. I've been there for 6 years already, almost 10 years in the company, and out of those 10 years, 6 years I've been in Atlanta, so I can call that home. I'm married. I have a good mix. My mother is American. My father is Chilean. I'm Chilean. So now I'm leaving the States. So it's kind of the dream come true from my mother. She can come every year without any more excuses to visit me. And I think that at CMPC, it's a company that we export our products to over 50 countries around the world. I've been having different positions. I started in Chile more on the logistics side, and I've been switching into different roles in finance, administration, and also operations. So last year I was appointed as the MD of the office, first woman being appointed that in the company in the States. So I'm very, very honored, and I feel a great responsibility for that. So yeah, happy to be here.
Thank you for being with us, Alejandra and Madelka and LA. Coolest name ever. You are all very powerful, inspiring female leaders that have worked extensively in your sectors and in your companies. And when we were chatting just before the panel, it became blatantly obvious that you work or lead predominantly male-dominated boardrooms. How do you manage that? Maybe we'll start with you, Lorianne.
With a lot of patience, with a stress ball. Look, we're still not even as we've made strides in all of the years that I've been at the Heat. I can still look out around the company and say to myself, we still have more work to do. I don't know that we're ever going to be 50-50 in terms of like gender split, but we've definitely made progress over the years. I know that there's a very strong network of women, especially like at the, let's say, directors, VP, executive VP, senior VP level. And we are each other's allies. We have each other's backs because we know what it's like to have our voices drowned out. And so there's a very kind of intentional effort put into, if I'm going to make a point in a meeting with like executive leadership, I usually go to one of my allies and I say, I'm going to make this point, and I need you to follow up after it to help me kind of reinforce it, whatever the topic or the point is. And I have found that to be very effective. It's not easy though, especially in men's sports. But I will say that I'm very happy and proud of my league because it is the league out of all the men's professional sports leagues. I think that score is pretty high on diversity. So it makes me really proud to work in a league that is very hyper aware of that, and is very active in again going out and recruiting and making sure that our offices and our teams look like the communities that we serve.
Just to follow up on that one, what would make it easier?
Well, if I had that answer, I mean, Um, definitely, I would be remiss if I didn't say allyship. You know, obviously, my supervisor, who is our executive vice president and chief marketing officer, Michael McCullough, he is, we have a great relationship. I call him my work husband because we've been side by side for 24 years. It's one of the longest relationships of my life. And I have to say, he is very much a cheerleader and an advocate. And that's really important too. I think it's forging those relationships, not just obviously as a woman with the women in my office, but with the men too.
Brilliant. Thank you. Malika, how about yourself? How do you manage that?
Well, I think I manage it by being a woman, right? There is this vision that, you know, because you work in a male-dominated environment, you have to compete. You have, I guess, part of my success throughout my career has been, you know, walking in and just being a woman, right? And that has brought me, I think, to where I am. And it's also part of that education that needs to happen, right? Men need to start valuing us for what we bring to the table. It's not because we're going to speak louder. It's not because we're going to, you know, it's because we add something. And it's not always easy. I have to say, throughout my career, I agree with you. We don't have the answer, but by being a woman, I also know that you need to be mindful and know when to ask for help. And throughout that path, I found wonderful mentors, mostly men, by the way, mostly men, who have guided me through my career. And I believe that because I've been so lucky, I have the responsibility to pass that on to other people. And so I agree that allyship is important, mentorship is important, but also what do we do once we get that chance, which is to bring along other people around the organization to be advocates for those people when they are not in the room. And like that, little by little, we're going to be able to manage that. And I think it was Tito who mentioned intentionality. I work for the energy sector, so we can speak about a lot of reports. IRENA is one of them that speaks about the opportunities that the renewable sector is going to create for women, but nothing is going to change if we're not intentional by design, like when we do the design of our projects and our programs. And just to give you a quick example, we have the first renewable wind park in Brazil is called Tucano, 100% operated by women, but that is coming with intentionality in a male-dominated environment. So I'm just going to leave it like that. It's not easy, but at least we need to try.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more that it's not easy. But I think that the way I try to see it is that being a woman, it's more, for me, it's more like a strength rather than a weakness. I think that there's beauty in that. I mean, I'm the different one in a boardroom. I'm the one with different point of views. I'm the one who have many different ways of things of approaching life. So I try to use that as a good thing and how I approach different conversations. And I couldn't agree more with Madelka when she says about the stereotypes. I think that we need to be a woman. We need to be close to people. We need to have that empathy that maybe defines us, and try to fit into a male role. I think it's not the solution. I think that bringing that diversity, it's what adds more value for us. So and to build also on what they were saying before, I think that we need to push for these conversations to be on the agenda. We need to be more intentional on how on creating that awareness. If I enter a room, or if I go to a panel or a forum and I see that there's just one woman sitting there, I made a comment between the teams like, look, there's just one woman over there. Why is that? And try to create that awareness on people that might not be looking into that all the time. And I intentionally try to create that awareness in myself. Not only maybe I have that more close for a woman standpoint, but for other minorities, I think it's important to understand and try to see things through the lens of gender equality or gender parity. So that's how I try to approach it.
Thank you, Alejandra. You've really mentioned how you, as women, manage this in boardrooms, but you also have the privilege of having a bird's eye view of your organizations when it comes to DE&I, right? Maybe I'll start with you, Alejandra. In maybe an example from your company, or what would you say are those must-haves that we should all be striving for in our organizations for us to actually live truly into what diversity, equity, and inclusion mean?
Yeah, well, I've been part of a group called Power of Women. We initially started being 40 women in the organization, 40 executives, and I think nowadays we are more than 300. And the company has set up goals, very ambitious goals in this respect. On 2019, for example, when we started with this, there was only, I think, around 14% of women in leadership roles. The goal for 2025, if we get to up to 30%, and I think last year we closed in around 24, so almost 9% extra from 2019. And why I'm saying that, it's because I think that we put that into the agenda. We committed to something, and we are having those conversations. And I think the key thing is what we all been talking about a lot. It's about the allies and the sponsors. We need to have more people making decisions that supports women. Hopefully one day those women will be the ones making those decisions. But nowadays we need those allies. We cannot do this on our own. So that's key for me.
Thank you, Alejandra. Madelka, what about yourself?
Well, I think for organizations now, you spoke about the birth view. I would say there are three things. One is authentic representation, and I'm using the word authentic because just by saying that you have diversity and you're checking a box, that's not gonna cut it. You really need to make sure that those voices are represented and are part of the discussion. Then you need equitable opportunities. Something similar like the example that I just made about Brazil. You need to make sure that there is equal pay, equal rights for women, that you kind of promote that inside of the organization. And then the third one, which is not less important, is promote this culture of inclusion. We spoke about that. We spoke about this morning the importance of having ERGs and all these groups, but all that starts at the top. I'll have to say that I'm very proud to work for a company where our CEO is setting the tone about that culture. Then you have the chief human resources officer that is also making sure that we have the resources to do that. So having a dedicated DEI officer to make sure that those things are happening, and it's not just a sexy term or a political term.
Tick in the box exercise.
Exactly. So make sure that we're walking the talk, and it's very hard. You said metrics, and we all have metrics, but it's really the mindset and having people inside of the organization that truly believe that this could happen. And the last thing that I would say is that if you really believe in diversity, equity, and inclusion, you will see the benefits, running down to your business. You will see how much innovation you can bring, how much you can solve difficult problems. I would say at AES, there's not a single problem that we haven't solved. It's just because of that uniqueness, the diversity that we have that help us thrive in any environment, and regardless of how complicated things are.
And there are some hard numbers to support that fact, right? Like, so when you in fact implement DNI structurally, there comes business growth. There's data that's public, that's available for all of us to look at that.
There is data, there are programs, and I'm just going to give you, because I did speak about equitable opportunities. I can give you another example. We have, in this sector, we also have customer service, right? And normally the people that participate in or are working in customer service, they don't have degrees that could help them get to different positions. So we have something that is called Powerful Pathways at AES, where we accelerate the learning of certain people of a group. And surprisingly enough, in our utilities, mostly female of color have participated in that program. And now after you go through that program, then you get placed at a different, probably administrative position. And then there you go, right? Then you have to prove yourself and get other opportunities. So there are metrics, there are programs, there is that intention. We also have a very diverse board. We are very happy about that. It's work in progress, but still, like, since you have that tone set up at the top, then the rest would just follow.
Leaders set the tone all the time. Ellie, how about yourself?
So what I would say is, in my industry, it's very simple. It's visibility. And I say that as a woman who has a trifecta going. I am a woman, I'm Latina, and I'm a lesbian, and I work in men's professional sports. When I was growing up, even though I was an athlete, I never knew that there were front office opportunities. It's like that didn't compute for me back in the, I'll date myself, back in the 80s. And it's for that reason that I do panels a lot with some high schools, with colleges, because it's important, I think, especially for women to see themselves reflected, in a professional sports organization at the highest level. Just because first of all, back in the day, again, there wasn't social media, it was harder, but I think now in my mind, there's no reason for me not to come and do things like this and participate, things that are streamed online, because it's important, again, for people to see there are front office jobs for women, and just because it's professional sports doesn't mean you're not welcome there. I can't speak for every team in every professional sports league, but I can speak on behalf of the NBA and specifically on behalf of the Heat. Those three things, the trifecta, they help, and they are embraced and they're welcomed. So I would say visibility, in addition to obviously intentionality and everything that these ladies mentioned.
Thank you for that. What I love most about these answers is that they come from personal experiences that you've all had at some point in your career. You've worked very hard in your industries. You've opened pathways for yourselves, for others. I'm sure you have a treasure trove of anecdotes in this journey. Would you feel comfortable sharing any nice, nasty, whatever you prefer? Would you like to go first, Nautica?
Sure. Oh boy. Okay. So we're just talking about this before the panel, and I think first I'll start with a confession, and then I'll tell you a little story. But I never intended to work for an energy company, right? I actually I started my career working at the UN, and I said, well, I want to save the world and work for an organization that has impact. That's my whole thing. I want to make sure that I have a positive impact on society and people around me. So I ended up taking this job because as I was interviewing for the UN, I was always asked one question. Do you have experience working in Africa? I really wanted to be part of a peacekeeping operation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. That was my thing after being part of the UN Security Council. So interview after interview, my answer was no. So when I met my first boss at AES, she asked me, but why do you want to go to DRC? Why don't you come and work for us in Cameroon? And in my mind, I said, okay, I'm going to say yes to this, because if I say yes, then when they ask me the question, I'll be able to say, yes, I do have experience working in Africa. So I took that job. Fast forward 13 years, I'm still working for AES, working for a great company that is giving me that opportunity to impact communities and people around me. And my first job being in Cameroon, something very, very, very short, simple that happened to me that changed the way how I actually positioned myself at work. It was this little story. I was leading the corporate social responsibility department, and I had to do a lot of community meetings, right? And in Cameroon, it's a society that is male dominated, very male chauvinist, and there's a cultural difference, right? So I go to my first meeting with this chief, village chief, and you still call them Your Majesty. And as I'm sitting down there, before we go, one of the senior leaders say, make sure you bring someone with you. And I said, okay, I'm going to bring the person responsible for community engagement. So it was a he. He comes with me. We get to the village house, the chief village, and then I'm starting to communicate about the program. And as I'm telling him something, he tells my colleague, tell her that, well, first time. Then I tell him, and this triangle went on for like, I don't know, maybe 5 minutes, three questions. I had the same thing. And I said, okay, well, that's fine. Maybe he's doing that because I'm new, I'm not from here. So I went back a second time. And this time I didn't bring my colleague. I went by myself. I walk in, and then he does the same thing with my driver. And I said, okay, well, then it's not, what is it? So the third time, you know what I did? Guess what I did? I went back with a woman. And I said, well, now you're not going to have a choice. You're going to have to talk to either one of us. But the reason why I'm telling you this story is because when I went back, I realized that he wasn't he wasn't discriminating me because I was Black, because we're both Black. He was discriminating me because I was a woman, right? He was not, and then I thought, he's not really discriminating you, he just doesn't know how to deal in this environment in a different way, because women are probably, meant to be doing other things. And what that taught me is that I have to get rid of all those mental barriers, because just like you, where do I start? Where do I begin? Like, I'm Black, I'm Latina, I'm a woman. I mean, you need to, at some point, get rid of those mental barriers. Yes, you're gonna face some barriers in your career, but if you add to that your mental barriers, then it's game over. So that little story taught me very early on in my career that if I work so hard to prepare myself, I was prepared. I prepared so hard. It was one of my first meetings. And then you are going to encounter some of these things. You need to remember and be self-confident that you are prepared. And sometimes people do it just because they don't know better, right? So that's my little confession plus anecdote.
Thank you. But what happened when you went back with
With the-
your female colleague?
Guess what? He had to talk to me, because before I left the second time, and I used another strategy, I went outside and I found women that were coming back from the field. And I made sure I told them who I was and why was I there, because I could never finish my story. I was there for what was meant to be a win-win partnership. So he needed to understand that the decision was, I was the one making the decision. So I spread the word, hoping that probably this woman will go back home, tell their husbands, and at some point, the story will come back to the chief. And then I left, and then I went back with the other woman. He had no choice but to talk to me, right?
Thank you, Madelka. Alejandra, how about yourself?
Well, how do I choose? I have so many, some good ones, some not that good ones. But one thing that still happens to me all the time, and I think it has evolved, and I've learned a lot about that, is that when we came to the States 6 years ago, my husband was working over there in Chile. He had a pretty good job over there. He quit it because of us coming to our new project, our new family and our new life project. And every time that we were meeting new people, we were on kind of chilling out and talking with somebody new. We were asking, like, what do you do? Like the small talk that you always have. And everybody was kind of talking maybe to me, and all of a sudden they switched to my husband and asked them the question, where did you come from? Where do you work? Or what's the reason you're in the States? And my husband was like, why are you asking me? I mean, it's because of her. And people was so uncomfortable. And I can tell you that they didn't know what to say, because this was men and also women. And they were like, oh, okay. And okay, should I ask her now? What do you do? Okay, I have to. So what do you do? Oh, I work for a company. And oh, interesting. And then they changed the subject. Are you planning to work? To my husband. And he was like, no, I'm really happy saying I'm home. She's paying all the bills. But people were like, they didn't know how to react. And this has always happened to me. I mean, I can tell you that every time that I meet new people, the question, it's pretty much the same. And at the beginning, it really kind of hurt me. It was like telling my husband, like, why they were talking to me eye to eye, and now they switch to you. And he has supported me a lot on that, and he said, like, don't let that affect you, use that on your favor. And now I make jokes to people like, yeah, he's the one, I'm paying all the bills, he's the one staying home, he's the dad of the relationship and all that. So I switch the approach in a way that it doesn't hurt me anymore. And I also try to teach the person, whoever is asking me, to first feel uncomfortable, because I want them to, but then to try to understand that there is another possibility, that it's not just the men who are making those calls and coming to the States or working overseas. So
Thank you, Alejandra. LA?
I was thinking, because there are a lot of stories, but two very short, quick ones. So I think it must have been like the year 2004 or 5. So when I was in the early years of my career at the Heat, we were doing an event at a school somewhere in Kendall, and we were in the auditorium, and I was there with a contingent of front office people, and I remember a couple of, I don't know if they were workers from the school, but they were men from the school, and they said, "Oh, we're so happy to have you here. Are you one of the dancers?" which on the one hand, I was like, well, I think
Might be
that's a
flattering.
compliment. I think that's a compliment. But on the other hand, I was like, no, I'm actually the advertising manager or whatever. So it just goes to show the kind of stereotype that women don't work or don't belong in men's sports. What I will say more recently, before the pandemic, it was I think 2019. And I realized that I was in my boss's office with a bunch of other folks from marketing, and I was the only woman in the room. And I think there were like 6 or 7 men in the room. And before the meeting got started, I went outside and I told one of my coworkers, take a picture of this. And she's like, what are you talking about? I said, take a picture. So she has a picture of me sitting on a bench surrounded by all these men. And that was very intentional because when I do, I said I speak to college students and high school students. I use that as a slide to be like, it's the year 2019. And I was the only woman in the room still in the year 2019. So young ladies, if you're considering a career in sports, do not be, let that inspire you. In other words, let that motivate you because we have to change that.
Thank you for that. And what comes to mind with that is, and I think for these 3 stories are very inspiring. These experiences will make you stronger, but inevitably they hurt at some point when they're not the nice stories that we all like to share. And this morning in the 2 sessions that we had, there was this theme that came up consistently, which was our imposter syndrome, right? We don't think we're enough. We don't go for the same jobs because we don't think we have the credibility for that. How do you manage that? How did you manage that in your career? How do you manage it today if that still happens at some level? Maybe we'll start with you, LA.
But still contend with that. I'm sitting on a panel with 2 superstars like this. I'm like, what the hell am I doing here? I brought 2 of my colleagues who are sitting back there, and one of them is Bretsky, who's my mentee, and we talk a lot about public speaking and whatnot. And one of the reasons I invited him here is I said, I want you to debrief me after as far as how I did with my public speaking. But I think personally, it's finding someone whose opinion you really trust, someone who will tell you the truth and have that person be like your hype man or hype woman. That I have found helps me. One of them is one of the folks on my team. He's like my right hand. I will go to him and say, here's what I'm dealing with, or I'm having a bout of imposter syndrome, and he will, you're this and this and this, and you've done this and this and this. And it's a constant battle, I think. I'm still not at the place where I'm like, oh, I completely deserve to be here, which is a disservice to me, I think, and to all the years of hard work. But that's a tough one to overcome, if I'm completely candid and honest.
Thank you for that. Marika?
I turn it around. I think we all, no, but it's similar. It's similar to you. It's similar to what you do. I told you how, I feel like I prepare. And then we walk in and you're like, oh my God, am I prepared? And yeah, but in certain contexts, we have all experienced, you're in a room and then, oh my, should I say this? What will happen if I open my mouth? There are so many men here. And then I realized something. I mean, every time I do say something, things go fine. I'm a woman, it's appreciated. And whenever I feel I do feel the imposter syndrome, I turn it around and I say, well, this is a humility moment. Like, it's a moment to remind me that it doesn't matter how much I prepare, I don't know it all. I need to keep learning. So I leave that room and I go back to one of my mentors in this case. I go back to other people. I go back to my family, my sisters, they're both psychologists, so I love them. Turn around when I grew up, right? My relationship with them. But I do try to turn them around and say, this is a moment and an opportunity for me to feel uncomfortable and continue to learn, as opposed to feel that I'm not necessarily enough, because after all the work you've done, if we knew it all, right, there will be no chance for growth. So I guess those little moments are reminders that even though we're doing a great job, we still need to pause and seek out more, and learn more from other people. That's how I turn it around.
Thank you.
Yeah, for me, and it still happens. I think it's something you learn to live with and how to control it. But I think it always happens. For me, it's a matter of you always try to check all the boxes, and sometimes you cannot check them all. I mean, if you are applying for a position and you see what they are requiring as a woman, you try to see all the ones. If you doubt in one, maybe I won't apply. But if you ask a man, probably they read the first two and they apply immediately and they are 100% sure that they'll outperform. So we need to do that a little bit more. I think we always try to be the perfect woman, the perfect wife, the perfect daughter, and the perfect employee, and we cannot fulfill all those stereotypes as well. And I think it's very honest to also talk to your teams or your peers and say that you are a woman, you're having a bad day, that you might make mistakes, that you don't have all the answers for everything, but together as a team, you can solve pretty much everything. So I remember I also have a mentor, it's a man. And I remember once I was very doubtful about a position or about a challenge. I remember talking with him and he was like, okay, let's remove you for a second. I'll put you in a different situation. And he started telling me a story, like he deviated from the subject a lot. So I was kind of very confused about where he was going. But all of a sudden, he asked me a question. I said, yeah, of course. And he said, well, the person or the situation that I described, it was you. And you were doubting. And now that I put it in a different way, you are 100% sure that that person can do it. So I think that that was a very good example to try to remove yourself sometimes for the situation and be very objective about it and take risks. Sometimes you'll be good. Sometimes you'll make mistakes, but it's always another chance to make it right.
Opportunity for growth. Thank you for that. I have one for you, LA. Another one for you. You mentioned at the beginning, you've been working at the NBA for over 20 years. First, did you always want to work in the NBA? That's a curiosity I have. Always?
No, because I didn't realize that there were front office jobs. No, I really kind of fell into it, which pisses people off because it's a super hyper competitive industry. So when I tell them I kind of just like stumbled upon it when I lived in Los Angeles, back in those days, pre-internet days or very, very nascent days of the internet, companies were still putting ads in newspapers, right, in the classifieds. And I saw an ad that said marketing assistant LA Clippers. And I thought, that seems kind of fun, working for a basketball team, why not? So the long story short is it almost didn't happen because when I got to their building, when I got to the facility and I walked into the lobby, there were like 5 or 6 people there. And I thought, oh, they're really hiring, right? We were all there for the same job. And they interviewed us all as a panel, which was just really unnerving because I hadn't prepared for that. And it just felt like a psychological ambush. But I'm like, no, Lorianne, the universe is testing you right now. You need to follow through with this. And I'm glad I did because I'm sitting here today because of that. But no, I didn't always want to work here, but I feel like I, in some way, ended up here because this is where I belong.
Yeah, the serendipity of it, which goes to the actual question I wanted to ask you, which is, how has your experience as a woman changed over the past 20 odd years that you've been working for the NBA?
Oh my God, there are definitely more women and more minorities in the room. We at the Heat always like to say that, we are Miami and Miami is us. And we do our community a disservice if our company doesn't look like the community that we serve. So again, from the top on down, from ownership and executive management all the way down, like everyone really understands this. And always has, by the way. This is nothing new. Again, there's still work to be done. But I am proud to work for an organization where that is a top priority. And again, it always can be refined or improved. How has it changed? Besides those two things, I'll just stop right there. I'll stop right there. While I ruminate a little more about it.
And we'll come back. We'll come back. And for you, you mentioned, so you started working in your home country, Panama, and you've come to have this very important role. You sit on multiple boards in your company. You've been around the world. And at some point when we were prepping for this conversation, you mentioned that at one point you thought your background could actually hinder or become an obstacle for you in your career. So what I'd like to know is how did you manage that? Because clearly you have become very successful and impactful and inspiring. And what drives that in you to overcome the challenges that you said you had once? Bit of a loaded question, sorry.
Yeah, right. I wanted to work for the NBA. Always wanted to work for the NBA. Maybe that's easier to answer. No, it's a little bit what I said before, right? If you start thinking, you ask yourself like who I am, what are the opportunities that could be provided for me, and then you come from this country in Panama, and then you start working outside, and then you start seeing, same, you go to interviews and you're competing with people that are from probably that same country, and then you're like, oh my God, the imposter syndrome comes in. This is like a wrap-up question because all the things that we've discussed are going to come into this answer, but then you slowly start realizing what Cameroon told me. You have to just be yourself. You have a strong foundation. You can't be her, you can't be her, you can't be a man. You just have to be yourself. You're gonna have to appreciate who you are, your uniqueness, and just go with that. Then once you decide to go with that, because once I decided to go with that, because I've been, I would say, at least for me, successful to some extent, I feel responsible also, right? And that's what drives me. I feel responsible to bring along other people and young professionals as well. I've been extremely lucky with the bosses that I've had, the mentors that I've found, the men in my life, the women in my life. So if you are blessed with that, I guess the minimum that you could do, again, I'm very concerned about the impact that I have with people around me, is to try to do something and help other people. So ever since I joined AES, I guess, and even before, I've been the strongest advocate for hardworking women, hardworking young professionals, and I've been also advocating for more spaces where we could have, this type of conversation. I am obsessed with it. I counted, they're like, you were the last one to come in, probably 19 men in this room. Your mentee, I think it's right. You're 19 men in this room. So I'm really obsessed about, how many people are here. Are we going to have an impact? The day we get to 50%, then 50% men, 50% women, then probably we're getting, a little bit further. But really embracing diversity, and it's all type of diversity. And in my case, I know my three main traits, and I live happily with it, to the point that you don't see color, you don't see gender, you don't see nationality, you're just yourself.
See the person.
You see the person, yeah.
Thank you for that. Alejandra, when we met, you shared that you have been the first in many different circumstances in your professional career. And what surprised me was that I thought that that was a good thing, but then I learned that sometimes it's not a good thing to be the first in many ways. So what I would like to ask you is, in your industry and as a female leader, what can be done to open more doors for more female leaders to grow within the different companies that are represented here, and also for our Young Professionals Association that's joining us?
Yeah, well, I think that I would say that my dream would be that this wouldn't be a topic at all. So yeah, and I've been the first woman engineer, maybe the first MD, the first woman leader, and I don't see that as a good thing, as you just said. I think that I would love to be just one of many. I mean, there should be thousands of women engineers, whoever wants to be one, or MDs or whatsoever. So I think that at that point, I would really call it success. I was reading the other day the World Economic Forum and the gender gap. It's between men and women. It would take us to close it around 151 years. So it's a long time. I want my next generation to have a different life and not wait 151 years. And actually, before COVID, it was a little bit less. So we're worst in that respect. So how do we do that? I think it's having these conversations, making sure that the people who's making the decisions are aware of all of this. I cannot stress enough having the allies and people kind of who makes those decisions, being aware of the situation and try to fix it. I think that that leadership needs to understand that there is an extra effort, but the outcome would be much better if we invest in this type of things.
Thank you for that. We have just the right amount of time for one wrap-up question. So if you'll indulge me, will you go back to the beginning of your career and you see yourselves applying for your first jobs? If you were be able to give yourself some advice of the LA from back then, the Madelka from back then, the Alejandra from back then, what would that advice be? First question. And the second one, specifically for male-dominated organizations, any tips, any bit of advice for us to close our conversation? Who would like to start? Alejandra wants to start.
I can go first. Yeah, I think that the answer is very similar on both questions. I would say like three main things. First, to set ambitious goals. The second one is to tell your boss or the people you work with about those goals. Picture yourself where you want to be in 5, 10 years and tell your boss that. If you want to take his position or her position, tell him, like, I want to be there. I want to be you in 5 years. Respectively, of course. And then I think it's important to take risks. I mean, things are not going to come. You need to see the opportunities when they are there. And sometimes you just need to take them without all the answers, without all the checklist marked. I think it's important to take those risks. And the only difference between probably your question and my answer would be, from a male-dominated environment, it would be to be yourself, kind of be authentic and value yourself as a woman and make the most of it.
Thank you, Alejandra. Madelka?
I think I would say for your first question, don't be afraid of the unknown, right? New experiences, be curious. That has been key, at least for me. So I think I will repeat that because it could bring you to wonderful places that probably you never contemplated before. And the other thing that I would say, and this is for your first and your second question, is early on, just let's try to find what our superpower is. We all have a superpower. And then when you don't know what your superpower is, then sometimes you can't find what makes you special in a room, what's your added value. So spend time with yourself, talking to yourself even, trying to identify what that superpower is.
Thank you, Mike. LA?
So fun fact, my mom worked for Greenberg for 24 years. She retired in 2020, but it was listening to mom, probably young Lorianne, listen to your mother who said all of those visits to the School of Hard Knocks, all of those times you get knocked down, you're going to be fine. You're going to be fine. And those things build character. And you know what? It turned out to be very true. So my advice to my younger self would have probably been, girl, stop worrying. It's all going to work out. In terms of young professionals, what these two ladies said, right on the money. What I would add to that is be brave and be bold, which is hard to do, I think, when you're embarking on your career. But if you make a mistake, so what? We all make them. We're all only human. You know, it builds character. See, works in a professional setting too. And also don't be afraid to reach out to people, especially now in the information age and the age of social media. I can't tell you how many young women, especially who were looking to break into the sports industry, would reach out to me through LinkedIn. You know, they would want to make the connection. They would want to ask me about my career. One of those actually now works at the Heat. It was because it just started with her, you know, connecting with me and asking questions. So maybe aggressive is the wrong word, but assertively seek out those opportunities, the people who are in the industries, you know, or industry that you want to be in, like try and connect with those people, shadow them if that's an opportunity, ask questions, you know, be a sponge.
Be a sponge. It's a great line to end our panel. Thank you, LA. Thank you, Madelka. Thank you, Alejandra, for joining us. Please have a round of applause for our panelists.
Gabriel, LA, Madelka, Alejandra, thank you. This is very difficult for us to follow. I don't know how we're going to do that, but Reina, you want to come up? Thank you. I think you're going to have some added applications to work at the Heat. Okay, so I know, I know. So I am thrilled to be able to host this conversation with someone that I actually met a month ago, but somebody whose career I have followed for many, many years, Reina Mejia. Reina, thank you for coming down from DC. We have better weather here at this time, so we know that's always an attraction. So by way of background, Reina is originally from Honduras. She's a senior advisor at Think Huge Business and Investment Council that invests projects in Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador. And she's also external public sector member of the Performance Management Board at the United Nations. But previously, she spent 25 years at Citi, becoming the first local woman as CEO and corporate and investment head of Citi Honduras, and also served as Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer of the Inter-American Development Bank. So just to name a few of her accomplishments, quite extraordinary. But you know, what really impacted me, just meeting you really, is besides her professional achievements, I think your story is one of resilience, of determination, and what's interesting to me is making the really hard decisions when she had to make them. A very human story. So I think many of us will learn from that. So let's start at the beginning. So you graduated from college, you're living in Houston, and your career takes an interesting turn when you decide to move back to Honduras. Take us through your journey through those early years. Tell us about your journey at the beginning.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. What an honor to be here, and humbling to see so many great energy in this room, people wanting more, and not only for themselves. I think that's one of the keys. So thank you. Oh, let's see. There are many things to say. And yes, I think we can never forget that we are human beings. We want everything in life. And when you graduate from college, you want to eat the world by little pieces. So you want everything. You want to go and make a difference. And I wasn't different. I wanted to succeed in my career. I wanted to be the best in everything. I call it eighth passenger in my house. So I needed to fight to get the attention of my parents, of my older sisters and brother. But then I left home when I was 16. I went to learn English, and then I started my undergrad, and I decided to do my master's. Then I did my professional training in Houston. And one vacation, I was going home. It was New Year's Eve, and yes, I'm gonna share some personal stories that really have shaped my life. And I think we should never forget. We are human beings. We want things. We have families. We have friends, and everything that we do, everything affects somebody else's life, not only yours. So, well, I was going on vacation that December. I met my first boss in the airplane. I started to work when I was 12, all my summer vacations, because I wanted more. You know, I was a daughter of a banker, and my dad always said, education, health, and food is basics. The rest, you have to work for it. And so I did, and my vacations and worked with this company for many years during my breaks. And it really shaped my temperament, who I am. So he told me, what are you doing? I said, no, I'm working in Houston. And he goes, are you ready to come back? I said, no yet. However, my decision was not made until I got home, and my brother had a car accident, and we lost him. So things changed. And then I said, you know what? I'm going to call and tell this person I'm ready to go back. I didn't think about my career. I thought about the need of my parents to have me back. And I said, I'm the youngest one. How I left when I was 16, I was 23 at that time. And then I said, I think it's time for me to go back and be there. And I made the best decision in my life. And I took it without thinking a moment on myself. And that turned back to great opportunities great blessings. Of course, this was, I already told you my age, 30 years ago, 30 plus. So decisions will shape your life and the people around you. And I think that my parents needed that. My country needed that too. And I started to bring all that energy, everything that I learned, to bring it to my country. And so that's it.
Amazing. And then you take the job at Citi. I think I remember you telling us you had an interesting, you began really at the very entry level. And we all know as women to go from an entry level to go all the way up to be the first local woman to head up Citi in Honduras. Tell us about kind of what lessons you learned. Perhaps what did you expect? What didn't you expect? And what drove you? What kind of inspired you? What gave you the opportunity to continue to go up to the top job?
Oh, let's see. First, you have to think where you want to go. But besides that, you have to picture yourself 10 years ahead and then look back. What do you want to see? What legacy do you want to have when you leave? That people say, oh my God, she made a difference in my life. Oh my God, I remember when we had that conversation that I was really, almost giving up. And she came and told me that I could do it. So when you think about the impact that you want in your life, that will drive you to be the best version of yourself. It's hard. It's not easy. And Honduras, imagine 20 plus years ago, it was very, very male driven, still is.
She's trying to find a nice way to say it.
Okay, so it was hard. And financial system, men all over. So I was the first woman sitting at the board of directors of the banking association. In Honduras, the CEO was always somebody from abroad and somebody that was a male. And my clients, they knew that somebody will come from outside before I got the position and they will help them. But then, surprise, surprise, the head, it was me. And then try to get into their minds that now they had to come through me. It was hard. They always tried to say, well, we're going to call head office. And it was great that we support each other. And my boss will tell them, okay, what does Reina think about that? She's the first filter. So it's like, having somebody, I think you mentioned having somebody's back. And I think that's very important, supporting your team and then prepare. You have to bring solutions to the table, not just because you are a woman. You got the job. No, let's face it. You got the job because you work hard. You prepare yourself. There are nights that you won't go to sleep. I had my baby, guys, and this was she's 22. She's going to be 22 in September. But I remember with these laptops that were this thick, I worked all my, pregnancy. And before she was born and after she was born, I will have the computer here. I was breastfeeding my baby. So you can have everything. Yes, you have to sacrifice. And you have to decide, what do you want? But prepare yourself and you know that you have to work really hard. Nothing comes easy. So if you want something, work for it and get ready.
I love that, the top job. So you are extremely successful, having a tremendous career, and you have a health issue. Your life changes dramatically due to this. Tell us about that experience of how it impacted your kind of view on work-life balance and the support systems that you mentioned that you learned are so important in life.
Well, yes, let's see. My youngest kid was 2, 6, and 8. And I was having fun. I was having fun at my job. Great husband, very supportive. Great support system in our countries. We have that blessing. We have people who help you. And we shouldn't underestimate that. and a great company where I was working. That was City, and the news come and doctor tells me that I have a very aggressive cancer, and that I need to have surgery very fast. And here I am with a little one that looked at me. I couldn't believe it when I was hearing the news. You know, I was on the phone, and he said, "We need to act fast." And the little one didn't even talk. He just looked at me. He goes, "Ma," and I was like, "Oh my God, if I die, who's going to take care of my kids?" I mean, my husband, yes, he can marry it again, but who's going to love my kids like a mother does? So that moment, I remember, and I tell you as a human being, I prayed. And I said, okay, I might be ready to go, but what happens to my family? I don't want to die. I want to fight for this. And I remember my uncle calls me, he's a doctor in Chicago, and he said, you need to understand that you might have metastasis, right? Because it's very aggressive and it might have gone to everyone. And I said, no, I won't. And he goes, I don't want you to be like the ostrich that puts the head under the ground. I said, no, I'm going to fight this. I have to live. And it might seem a little bit naive, but attitude in life is more than 50%. The technical part, you can learn. But what you have inside, nobody can take it away from you. Nobody can teach you. And you're the one who controls what you feel, what you do, and where you go. People can tell you whatever. And you are the one who's going to say, okay, thank you. I'm not telling you not to take feedback. I am a great feedback receiver. Sometimes I have to breathe very deeply. And I had those moments a lot of in my career. So I called my family and I invited them for lunch at a restaurant. It was a Friday. I got the news on Friday and this was on Saturday. And I said, I got some news to share. I have been diagnosed with cancer, but I have decided that I'm going to leave. And they looked at me like, she's crazy. And what I want is, I don't want you to cry because I am alive. And I don't want to see tears around me because I don't want to cry. I want my energies to live, to fight for this. And I did the same with my other family, my beautiful family, my political family, and I did the same. And I remember my mother-in-law, her eyes were full of water, and I said, don't cry, because I really want to leave. And there were moments where I myself had to remember that conversation, that I wanted to cry when I saw my kids, and I said, what am I going to do now? And then I remember, I'm going to fight. And I remember the face of my kids. I remember that in Honduras, they didn't have that support in the medical at that time. I had to be treated in Houston. So I have to leave my kids and my husband and go to Houston and treat, have the treatment. And
one of the things I think that you mentioned, which I found so interesting, is when we go through these type of situations, we always think about the support system being the family. But something I found really fascinating was that you mentioned that you continue to work, and that while in Houston, and it was because of where you were that you were able to continue. So tell us a little bit about that.
And that is what I wanted to share with you. You decide where you go. You decide where do you want to land and give your energy, your passion, and all your talents. And that's corporate. Do they have the culture that you want? And I found that, and I confirmed, because I knew if not, I wouldn't have stayed that long, that Citibank was phenomenal to me. When I announced that I had to leave, that I had to go and have a treatment, they called me and they said, okay, your family needs you to be healthy, and we're going to support you. What do you need? That was the question. And I'm like, okay, I don't want to stop working. I'm going to be in Houston. Can you help me to get a visitor's office in one of our offices there? And they did. And we're talking, this was 2010. This was 14 years ago. And they said, you can go and work there. And I had my meetings virtually, pre-pandemic, guys, 14 years ago. And it was phenomenal because I had the support system at home, a great husband. So your significant other, you have to think who you're going to decide to be with. Come on. So, and then the corporate where you land, the place where you give, it's a two-way street. Nothing comes free. You give, they give. And it's a beautiful encounter.
Exactly. I thought that was so interesting. So now you've been in Honduras 20 years. This is, to me, really interesting. You're thriving. You have a very successful career. The kids are thriving. You're home. I mean, you're eating home cooked meals, meaning, you know, from your home country. I know how important that is. And then an opportunity comes your way to take arguably one of the most important jobs in international banking. You get a call from the Inter-American Development Bank in Washington, D.C., and you decide to take the job and uproot your entire life to D.C. So what to me is fascinating is one of the things that I really admire here is you seem to have a real good grasp on decision making and embracing change. Two things that I know it's very difficult for me, as my team knows, and I think very difficult for so many of us. How did you make that decision to uproot your entire life, and was it the right one?
The answer for the last one, I'm going to start the last. It was the best decision. It was the right one. At that moment, it was the right one. And I look back and I don't regret it for a minute. Phenomenal. It was not easy to leave a place that I loved that much. And besides that, my career and my comfort. I was very comfortable. And this was in the middle of pandemic, guys. But also when they come and they say, well, you know, are you up for this challenge? And I remember change will always be there. They will come. And you have two options, or deny it or embrace it. And change will be there. So you have to take it. Take whatever it comes. And at that moment, I said, okay, now is the time to serve my region, to support the bank's mission to improve lives in Latin America and the Caribbean. It was a hard decision. I gotta tell you that when I resigned, tears came out of my eyes because I was leaving my comfort. It was, you know, for something else. But at that moment, I saw what pandemic had done in the region. And I remember seeing a newspaper, the frontline newspaper that said, pandemic found Latin America naked. And I said, and here I am, sitting, very comfortable in the middle of pandemic. I saw how vulnerable the people was. And I'm being invited to go and serve my region. And I still have the nerve to maybe say no. I said, no way, I can't. And then I also saw that I always talk about we have to be example for the next generation. So I took the position with, obviously, we talked with the family, and my husband said, I can work anywhere from where I am, but this family will accompany you to your, will support your decision. I will go with you if that's what you want. And I remember, I said, I'm from Honduras, a small country. There are a lot of people looking at you. So the yes, it was more than for me. Again, I was comfortable. I was happy. I wasn't planning to live anywhere. My kids had, you know, we were doing well. Why? Why did I take the chance? Because leadership comes with responsibility. And I remember one of my daughter's friend had a car accident, and she also was gone. And in her funeral, that it was virtual, she's one of these girls was from Ecuador, and her parents were talking, and they said she always wanted to work at a multilateral entity to change the region and support the region. And that really hit my heart. I said, and I'm having that opportunity. So I'm doing it for me, my family, the next generation, and the women that they think that they cannot achieve something big. It is possible. Do not be afraid. And if you make a mistake, stand up and walk. It doesn't matter if you fall, if you fail. But you know what it matters? How do you pick up yourself? And you go like this. I say, okay, keep going. Even though if you inside are hurt, continue. And for them, for me and my family, happy to have embraced that beautiful change. I met beautiful people, talented people, and a bank that supports the region with a lot of passion.
She's still in DC, by the way. We are going to open it up for questions. I'm sorry we forgot to do that the whole day, but we do have microphones to start thinking. But before we open it up to the floor, so I know how important daughters are. Imagine your daughters are sitting here, because we do have a lot of young professionals. What would be two pieces of advice that you would give them? And I'd love to hear one professional and one for them as human beings, because I believe in both.
Perfect. It's a combination, a perfect combination. Professional, prepare yourself. Never stop learning. It doesn't matter if you think you know it all, you don't know it all. So always prepare for the meetings. Understand that there are going to be challenges, but understand that you have support. I mean, I love, your one call away, yes, just one call away, just call away, Jacka. Phenomenal. Be there. I had a lot of mentors. That supported me in my journey. So now it's time for you to give back. And it's never too young. When you're going to retire, as the mayor said, no way. Start now. And as a private sector, a lot of efforts, a lot of service can be done. Dignifying jobs. So you can start now, prepare yourself, work hard. Nothing will come easy. Guys, you need to work hard. And personal endurance, courageous, resilience. Don't be afraid. And don't be afraid to be yourself. You're a human being. I learned that very young. You are a human being and you're going to make mistakes. Learn from them. You said it was a bad experience. There is no one bad experience, because after you pass that bad experience, it moves to the right side column of the, oh my God, I learned a lot from that. So
absolutely. And be kind to yourself, which I find sometimes is difficult. So how about some questions, since we forgot to do that all day long? Anybody have some questions? Anybody want to be? Everybody's shy. Oh, right. Thank you. There is a microphone right there. You just have to press it. Thank you. And introduce yourself, please.
Thank you. Hi, I am Marcela Lopez. I'm traveling actually from Mexico City. I work for a telco company called MCM Telecom. I am also the presidenta de vinculación empresarial en IMEF, Instituto Mexicano de Ejecutivos de Finanzas, en todo México. Participo en Coparmex, Concamín, Canaco, y I'm going to say this question in both languages. By the way, I've been to your country, so I relate to some of what you've been saying. I noticed something very special about you, and I'm sure many of us have noticed that. But anyhow, I would like to know, I can see you're close to God, and you believe in God. I can sense it, see it. Can you share with us about that, if you don't mind, please?
thank you. What a question. Yes. And this is Reina Irene Mejia. As human being, I do believe in God. I couldn't have gone through what I've been in my life without knowing that. And without understanding that my strength, my knowledge, and when you're in moments of stress, we all have stress. So everybody finds their own center. And I found mine, and I'm going to share about mine. It was my understanding that I needed to learn from what I was living, and that there's always people around you that they can be with you. So yes, And everybody has to understand who they are and what is expected from them, and be happy with what you decide to do. So yes, but I am close to God, and I do pray, and I do get peace from it. That's how I found my source of happiness. Let's call it that way.
Thank you. Any other questions, anybody? Okay, I have one over here. Do you want to use the, yes, use the microphone. Thank you. And introduce yourself. We'd love to know who you are.
Anita Natskova, Metronic. So amazing energy, and obviously it is grounded on something. How do you maintain it at this high level, positive level, and intoxicating others? Thank you.
Oh my God, that was, yes. Thanks for that question. You know, well, since I was very little, I had a lot of energy, and I am thankful for the energy I have. In the morning when I wake up, I'm an early bird, and I go to my kids. I say, "Good morning, good morning." And my kids go, "Mom, it's too early. It's 6 a.m., 7 a.m. Please don't." But it keeps, just. I guess it comes from the fact since I was little, but I think it reinforced when I got sick. I was intubated in an artificial respirator, and probably I was, my husband calls it the dark night. So I was near to death. So I was 1 week in intensive care in Houston in the Texas Heart Institute, and when you get out of that, you know that every morning is a new day to begin, that you have the blessing to see a new sun rise. So is there a problem? Yes. Does it have solution? Yes. If you're alive, you can do everything. The only thing that doesn't have a way out is death, and we're all gonna die. So today, enjoy today. Make a difference, not only in your life, but in everybody's life. I'm sorry to tell you, but you don't know if you're going to be here tomorrow. And I don't want to be fatalist. I want you to enjoy every sunrise, enjoy every day you work. Don't complain. I remember my friends said, "Oh, my helper left." And I say, "So what? You have hands. I mean, girls, you have a problem? Pick up the things, do it, and move on." So that's it, yeah. And I remember a coworker used to tell me, "Reina, you have so much energy. Calm down." I said, "Okay, let's breathe, but let's execute. Do not worry about things. Act on them."
Now you see. Now you see, when I met her, I said, "You're coming to Miami with me." Any other questions? Yes.
Sorry. Hi, Reina. It has been a pleasure listening to you. And I appreciate your vulnerability so much. I think we are very hungry to hear more personal stories. So thank you for that. I am Claudia Rostaño. I work with FedEx. I'm a marketing director, marketing and communications director. I'm very curious talking about change and growth. How did you have to adapt your leadership style from working at a high position at Citibank to working at IDB? So I'm very curious about that.
Thank you for the question. Yes, and change comes every day. And I go back to say, you're going to have it no matter what. Or you cry and say, "No, I'm not going to take it," but it's going to hit you, or you embrace it. And leadership changes every day and in every circumstance. When you're in city, the culture. When I got into the IDV was a different culture. So you need to learn what the culture of the place where you're going is and respect it. Your culture is not the culture. You bring your things as a human being, as a professional with your technical part, but you're landing in a place that has already a culture. And you cannot come and try to change the culture. That's a beautiful change, a culture. You go and try to immerse yourself without sacrificing who you are. Try to get and take the best of that culture. Try to embrace the good things. And as in any place, there are things that you're not going to like, but respect them. And that's diversity. And you don't need to change yourself or compromise yourself just to fit in a culture. No, just I always say, a mosaic, a beautiful piece with different pieces. Everybody's different. So yes, you have to adapt your style. I'm not always right. And the day that we think that we're right, or that what I believe is the right thing, that day you're out. So you have to respect, you have to value, you have to understand, and walk, in there. So yes, it was a big change. It was a big change in the middle of pandemic. It was a big change, move from to another country. My little kid, I'm going to tell you, he was 12, and he will come to my room at night and say, I am miserable in this country, Mom. I want to go back every night. And we'll cry and cry. And I said, we have to stick together. Family's not going to be separated. We'll stick to this, and we're doing this together. And I see a young adult now, well, no, he's a teenager, but has embraced change now amazingly. And I look back and I say, he made it, So it is hard. It's not easy. No, it's not easy. They were nice that I said, am I crazy? Oh my God. But then I remember leadership has responsibility. As women, if we're sitting here, if we have opportunities, you cannot do it bad. You have to do it well because they're giving us an opportunity.
Okay, I have two hands, so we're going to very quickly, because we're out of time. So quick questions, we'll take both of them, and maybe she'll answer both of them real quickly. Yeah, yeah.
I love to talk.
I know.
Hi, Reina, thank you so much. Amazing. My name is Isabel Montes, and I am the Human Resources Vice President for Newmont. We are a gold mining company, so I'm a gold digger, in case you are wondering.
That does not sound good in Miami. Kidding.
And my question is about, and it's a follow-up question about the adapting and right, you get to a new company, you have to respect where you are getting. I worked for Starbucks for 20 years, and then I moved to mining, so you can imagine the shift. And I joined mining because I want to be part of a change, part of a movement of bringing another type of people practices to the mining industry where women can have a space. So how do you kind of balance, right? Adapting while you are trying to be an agent of change?
Okay, change doesn't happen overnight, and change doesn't happen when you force it. And that's where leadership comes in, influence, and bringing value added to the table. And try not to just adapt and forget who you are and just follow, the flow. No. Respect, continue, but bring specific things that make a difference to the table. It's technical part, and that's what I tell you. You need to prepare yourself. You need to continue, and learning from the experience. So,
Reina, I think you need to write a book or start a podcast, and you have 120 people in the room that will follow you automatically. So thank you. Thank you so
very
much for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have one thing very important between us and lunch. Margaret Grisby, did I say that right, Margaret? Okay, Grigsby, marketing strategy and leadership development professor and executive coach from Inkai Business School. And she's going to lead a workshop on how executive presence drives career success. Very important. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Thank you. And I have a clicker here. Well, thank you, Reina, because you've done the best introduction to my subject. Okay, so every time I mention something, you think, how could she do that? Okay, you had the example before. Okay, so we're going to talk about leadership presence. And really, there's been a lot said about it. And oftentimes it's been focused on appearance. Appearance is the least thing of all. And we're going to be looking at that because basically what we're talking about is from within and then without. And we're going to be looking at some studies. And since we have a very short time, then what we're going to do is look at some stuff and discuss it or participate like we do at INCAE. Okay. And this subject of presence came about more publicly a few years ago, a bit more than a decade ago. And it had to do with these three characters. One character, of course, is President Obama. The second character is Ben Bernanke, who used to be the chairman of the Federal Reserve Board. And the only woman is Janet Yellen. At that time, Bernanke had announced that he was stepping down after his second period. And President Obama had decided that Janet Yellen was the best candidate for the job. Why was she the best candidate? Because she had all sorts of credentials. And I'm not going to read them, but she was a PhD in economics. She had been heading the Federal Reserve Board of San Francisco. She had been in a panel of banking. I mean, she had all the credentials. Yet, what came out in the media, and we're talking 2013 now, it's not, social media was starting and it wasn't very well developed, is that she didn't have gravitas. She didn't have presence. And we're talking New York Times, we're talking Wall Street Journal. I mean, we're talking major. At that time, that was the dominating factor. And so you had people saying, you know, if a crisis comes in, she's not going to handle it. The world's going to come to an end. The economy is going to go down because she doesn't have gravitas. And then this guy over there, Paul Krugman, he was none other than a Nobel Prize winner in economics. And the guy went and said, what is this? Who's questioning her? What are you questioning her? She has all the credentials. And so eventually, thankfully, she was elected. And right now she's the Secretary of Treasury of the United States. Okay, and she had all these things. She went through all of those things. So there you have one issue. And in such an important position. But of course, she was breaking a lot of things, and she's gotten all of these things. I mean, regardless of what you think about her monetary policy or her policy on treasury, I mean, the woman is a dynamo, and she has done so much. But you had a break in the paradigm. Number one, she was a woman. Number two, she was 60-something, and we cannot forget about ageism. And ageism is much stronger for women than for men. And when you're very young, which is, believe it or not, what happened to me, I was escalating high positions and I was very young. It was like, what is this girl doing? And I was a girl for so many years. So it was a woman. She was 60-something, and she's very short. She's only 5 feet tall. And all the guys were very tall. This guy was 5'9". President Obama, of course, was much taller. And funny enough, the three previous Federal Reserve Board chairmen were taller. Bernanke, the previous one, was taller, and Volcker was taller, almost like an NBA player. So she was breaking three paradigms of what it means to be a leader, or what it means to have presence. And these are ingrained biases, and we've been talking about that. We're all part of it. All of us, because that's our culture. That's how we grew up. That's how we live right now. And that was a breaking up of that very public. And believe it or not, of course, the first is a board from the 1950s. This one is a 2024 board. Okay, it's a bank in Ohio. And she was breaking through all of that. And of course, Elena knows what the banking industry is and what it is to be there and be the first one or the single one. So we have a huge opportunity, and I'm so happy that there are so many young women now, because it's the best of times to be breaking paradigms. And in many ways, what happened is that those 3 years that we were in a standstill, with COVID and that reinvented things has opened up opportunities. So it's the time to redefine the archetype of a leader. It's not Bernanke, tall, male, imposing. And I cannot emphasize enough, it's the tangible and the intangible, but the tangible is nothing without the intangible. The intangible is who you are, what you bring to the table as a whole, as a human being, integrally. So always think of that, because oftentimes, in the case of women, there's too much focus on, oh, are my nails done? Is my hair right? And then you're worrying about all those things while you have a huge presentation. So you know what? Maybe the hair is not perfect. Forget about it. Done, check. I'm going to be referring to a study. This was just published in January in the Harvard Business Review. And Dr. Sylvia Hewlett did this study in 2012, and she repeated it 10 years afterwards in 2022. And she's talking about three axes that compose executive presence, although really the most important one is gravitas. So gravitas is how you act. Communication, of course, is how you speak, and appearance. And those are the three dimensions that you have to presence. And I'm going to be focusing more on the last two, but we're going to look at the results. And it's fascinating how the world has changed. Okay. So appearance, I'm going to go from the lesser to the larger one. This is what it looked like in 2012. Okay. Polished look, physical attractiveness. The next, job style of dress. I think we've all heard that. Dress like you want to be looked at in your next job. Tallness, so I would be good there. And poor Janet Yellen, that's why they were punishing her. This is 2012. Janet Yellen was 2013. So we're more or less there. Youthfulness. Think about Janet Yellen, a 60-something lady heading that. And slimness. There I lost the job. Okay. Got the tall, don't have the other ones. Okay, so let's see now what happens. And look at this. This is fascinating. Polished look, it's still there, but authenticity comes through. Okay? So if you're pretending to be somebody you're not, it comes through. It comes through. You think, and people, and all of us, I think, can think of people who are really fake. And then you know they're fake. You know they're pretending. And if you don't know and you feel something, you have the internet. So you can check within your 6 contacts and you say, you know this guy? Ooh, forget about him. Okay, that's it. Then we talk about fitness and vigor. And vigor, I would say, is one of the most important things. The energy, as you just spoke to Reina, the energy is very important. And on the other hand, we're coming from a pandemic, okay? So fitness and health and the whole thing is something that we look at in general. And of course, we're in the digital area, in the digital world. So the curation of the online image, you pretend to be somebody in person and then you pretend to be somebody else on the Zoom, or the famous Instagram filters. Then you meet the person and you go like, what? Who are you? I've never seen you, and you are following them all around. So, we have to be consistent. If we're, sending stuff via WhatsApp to our friends and family, put all the filters and look as different as you want. But in life, it's kind of embarrassing. I don't know if it's happened to you. You meet somebody and you go like, okay, that's her high school picture or something like that. Okay, so we have these 3 new elements: authenticity, vigor, and the curation of the online image. Okay, and then we see that I'm sorry, I forgot to explain to you the methodology. What they do is they talk to C-level executives and they give them a list of 25 attributes, and they have to say what they consider most important for each of these 3 dimensions. Okay, and so slimness went away, thank you. Youthfulness went away, tallness went away, and I want you to really focus on the authenticity. It's going to come up again. So communication, we all know there's no leadership if there's no communication, you know? People cannot be guessing what you think. You cannot inspire others unless you communicate. So communication is an essential element. So what was it in 2012? Number one, of course, superior speaking skills. Number two, command of a room. Forcefulness, ability to read an audience. If you can't read your audience, which means your team, which means in the case of the major, it's 3 million people on the one hand and 30,000 on the other hand. So you have to understand who you're talking to. And we were talking before and you had a couple of questions about culture. It's different. You know, you have to understand. App moved around 10 countries and it's different when you get to the country. Plus, if you get to the country and you change companies, you have two cultures to deal with. Okay, so you have to understand your audience. And how about that one? Joking and bantering. That was very important in communications and the use of body language. That's 2012, okay? A lot of you were in high school probably, or maybe grammar school. But now it's 2022. So the bantering is gone. Nobody's looking at bantering. It continues to be very important, superior speaking skills, the command of a room, and now we have Zoom. And I don't know how many times I tell people, please take care of the Zoom. Don't use the angles where they can only see from your nose up. Don't take the angle where you're here. Don't take the angle where you're very far away. You know, take care of how you want to focus on that, what you want to portray. People have to see your facial expression. If you're presenting, maybe, if you have the right camera, you should be standing. So taking care, and we already saw that in appearance, the curation of your online presence. Then again, the ability to read the audience, now even more important. And authenticity comes through again, okay? So authenticity. And the use of body language, a bit more important. So we have a huge new thing, which is listen to learn, which means we're going from the top-down leader who used to be able to tell you all the answers. And now it's like, I want to understand people. I want to understand what they have to say. It's very difficult nowadays to be a know-it-all. And Tito was here before. I follow very closely Satya Nadella, who is the CEO of Microsoft. And he says, I don't want an organization of know-it-alls. I want an organization of learn-it-alls. And it's learn, relearn, and unlearn. So gravitas. Gravitas is used to, the first word that we hear, gravitas, is because it's one of the Roman virtues, okay? And gravitas meant somebody with substance, with weight. And that's what we mean with gravitas. So what are the dimensions here? Confidence, decisiveness, integrity, emotional intelligence, a pedigree, and vision. A lot of these have to do with leadership attributes. You know, you have to have a vision. You have to be self-confident. You have to be decisive. And of course, integrity. So what happens in 2022? Well, confidence is there, of course. Decisiveness is there. But we have two new ones. And that's incredible. And that's amazing. And that's 68%. And we're talking inclusiveness. And we're talking respect for others. So that's why I'm saying it's a huge opportunity now. This is one study, but I think it, you know, it multiplies in society. And integrity continues the same. It goes down, but it's just a couple of points, so it's no big deal. And the pedigree went away, and it was changed for inclusiveness. Okay. And emotional intelligence, which maybe encompasses a lot of things, has been replaced by respect for others. And that's such an elementary thing, yet is something which in the previous leadership model, that in which it's fun to bully people, it's fun to be aggressive, it's fun to disregard others, not fun anymore, and not accepted anymore. And you're a new generation here, you don't go for that. You're not going to stand it. So the people who go for that, not very successful. So the world has changed. We all know that, but it changed. It stopped one day. 4 years ago. And then when it came back, it changed. In many ways that we all know, it's globalization because we're all aware of what's going on everywhere. Of course, it's digitally driven. It's a hybrid workplace, and that brings about a lot of freedom. It brings about a lot of opportunities for women and men, and a lot of demands, different demands of how we relate to people. Then, of course, there's the generational change. We have 4, or in some organizations, 5 generations living together, and that's where inclusiveness works for everything, okay? From the older generation to the younger, from the younger to the older, etc. A more diverse workforce in every sense. Even many professions didn't exist 10 years ago. I mean, whoever heard of a prompter for AI? Didn't exist. Didn't exist 6 years ago. It exists now. They make $500,000. There's no more superheroes, okay? This is not a world of superheroes. It's a world where all of us have to work together in order to make a better world. It's not about a commanding style anymore. It's like, that belongs somewhere else. It's about authenticity. It's about relatability, being able to relate to others, and about genuine connection. Again, those people who come in, like if they've attached a mask with the green, you don't believe them anymore, you don't like them anymore. So it's not about what we say. There's been too much emphasis on what we say, too much emphasis on words, but how we listen to, how we respond, and how we include others, okay? It's not me, it's me towards others and what I receive from others. And we've heard our speakers talk about how much you need the feedback from others, the ideas from others, and then you elaborate and you can build on that. So in Gravitas, I'm going to place a video, which I'm going to play twice. And it's fascinating because you see gravitas in nature. You see gravitas in animals. And I'm going to play this video, which is about animals. And I'm going to ask you, this is like an Inkai class, but I'm not going to grade anyone. Just to look at it and think of what animals you think have gravitas, of what animals you think have that distinct and very difficult to define quality. Why? Right here.
I love the energy, the passion, like, going up and showing all that strength.
Okay. Yes. The lion. Okay. Why? Uh-huh. Okay. 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 Anyone else? Yep. Over there.
Not necessarily each one of them, but it makes me think about how we all make decisions based on first impressions, and it lasted seconds, right? We just saw the picture
Uh-huh.
for seconds.
Yeah.
And we go based on maybe the external, not so much the internal, right?
Yeah, definitely. And we'll go into that in a while. Okay. Yeah. The eagle? Uh-huh. Okay. 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 Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah, the rabbit is going on its own, and maybe there's a lot of other animals there. Yep.
I think they all do. I think
Uh-huh.
it depends on your perspective,
Uh-huh.
what your experience has been with each of them.
Uh-huh.
Because if you looked at this squirrel, you'd like, oh, not really. However, if you knew a squirrel, he's very demanding
Uh-huh.
and he's going to actually go get what he wants. So I think there's a view or perspective that they all are in their own right, but how we see them may be different.
Okay. Yeah, very good point. And I'd like to call attention to two of them, which for me are important. The hippo is huge. They're scary, maybe, but they don't have necessarily the presence that maybe the swan has. And the swan in this video, maybe you recall something which is like a roof, which is somewhere in the water. That's a telephone booth, because that was one of the big crises that London had. So it was a flood, and the flood was so high that it covered the phone booth. Okay. And the other thing that's interesting about the swan is, how does the swan move? You only see it gliding through the water. It's the little legs that are making all the movement. So that's the fun thing. So what are we talking about? About effortlessly, and that's a key word, attract attention and respect of everyone else. That is in contrast with the person who's really trying hard to call attention to the rest. And again, inspire from within and from without. And what would we mean if we were to put it in one sentence? When she speaks, people sit up and take notice. Maybe I don't know you, but the second time around, after they listen to you, she's got something to say. Maybe you're not the top boss, but you've got something to say, and that's how you get noticed. Okay? Some key elements. Okay, there's a lot of key elements. We don't have a space here for 45 minutes. So I'm going to just focus on the ones which are outward and just give you a bit of reflection on the first one. So we're talking authenticity, decisiveness, integrity, inclusiveness. And then we have vision, confidence, and a superior communication skills. Anchored in our values. And probably most of you have thought of your values. A lot of people don't think of their values. They go through life without thinking of the values. So that's one very important anchor, your strengths and your aspirations, as you've been hearing all throughout. And it's a belief in the self. Because otherwise, what are you going to project? How can you lead if you don't have a belief in yourself? Okay? So know and appreciate what you bring to the table. And it's the two things. Know what you bring to the table and appreciate what you bring to the table. And if it's easy, it doesn't mean it doesn't have any value. Because some things for you might be very easy, and for other people are like, wow, amazing. So do not value things depending on how hard they are for you, okay? So I'd give you 5 points to reflect on. Number one, what are your values? Number two, what are your strengths? And if you don't think you're being very objective on your strengths, ask around. Okay, I know most people have 360s and all that, but have more of a one-on-one and a qualitative. And even if you do a very easy exercise, you get a WhatsApp sent and a WhatsApp to 5 people and tell them, give me 3 strengths that you see in me. And I bet you're going to be very surprised of what you get as an answer. What are your limitations? And your limitation can be of 2 different types of limitations. 1, because you're not very good at it. And number 2, because you don't like it. You might be very good at stuff you don't like. So be aware of that. There's stuff in which you go like, oh, I'd never go into that. I could, but I wouldn't. What is unique about you? Each of us have something which is very unique. What do people recognize in us? And what is that makes us be recognized for what we bring to the table? And the last one is, what are your limiting beliefs? What are those beliefs which are holding you back? Okay, self-criticism, self-doubt. Sometimes the inner critic is working 24/7. Even in your dreams, you have the inner critic telling you things. So we have to point that out, because when we can only go as far as we let ourselves go. And if your beliefs are holding you back, you have to address those beliefs and see how you move forward. Okay? So the second part, which is very important, is communication. And if somebody knows the answer, please don't answer it. Okay? If somebody has seen what I'm going to show before, then please don't say. This is divided into 3 equal 33, 33, 33. But we're going to talk about, there's 3 elements to communication. Number 1 is the words, of course. Number 2 has to do with your voice, your pitch, your tonality. And number 3 has to do with the body language. So the question here is more or less, how should it be distributed as far as importance is concerned? What percentage would you give to each of those 3 components? 50%, 30%, 10%? How would you split that pie with those 3 components? Yeah. 70%. Tone 70? I don't have to move from here. I'm so used to moving. Would be 10%. Words 10? Body language would be 20. Okay. Anyone else? Yeah. I'm sorry?
I have seen it 50 to 70% split in favor of presentation style. So what is going to be the tone and body language together versus content?
Okay, and 30% would be content.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. So this is what we have. 7% is words. This is called the Merabian study. It's a doctor professor from Stanford. Then 38% is your voice and tonality, and 55% is your body language. Okay. Why? Because what you were mentioning before, people decide what they think of you before you even open your mouth. Okay. Then they give you the chance to open your mouth and say something, you know, but they've already made up their mind. And that's why it's important to think of presence. Because again, you don't want to do a disservice to yourself. You want to be fair to yourself and give yourself a fair chance. And your organization also. Because if you're not paying attention to these things, maybe your organization will not give you some opportunities in which you would excel and you would give your best to the organization. So think of presence like being fair and to both the organization, society, and yourself. You have to own your space, mind, body, and spirit. Again, all the emphasis has been put on the dress for success and the whole thing. You have to own your space because of who you are. Calmness is very, very important. We've just come from a huge crisis. All of us face crisis, different crises. And a lot of time we suffer from one syndrome, which is the eternally worried syndrome. How are you? Oh, so busy, so worried. I don't want to hear that, you know? And you focus on that. And Reina mentioned before, don't answer that you're worrying, answer what you're doing. Okay, so come when you're stressed, where you are worried. You don't want to see somebody who's overstressed. You don't want to see somebody who's overwhelming. Confident, decisive, poised. You can hold the room, even if it's a big crisis, even if it's a big problem, even if it's a big mistake that happened. And you have to face it and you have to fix it and you have to learn from it. Somebody the other day told me, I never lose, because if everything went okay, it was great. But if things didn't go right, I learn. So I always get something out of situations. And we're going to look at the video twice. This is human beings. It's not animals anymore. There's no talk. It's just a presence. We're going to be looking at men as well as women of different ages, and included a couple of people who belong to royal families. Why did I include them? Besides the fact that they might be just decoration, because they're alien to our nature in this part of the world. Because those are people who have invested in them authority and respect from other people, yet you don't necessarily see it as you would hope. So again, we're going to look at it twice. And I would ask you if you can think of the people who call your attention as far as their gravitas is concerned, their presence, and then we can talk a little bit about it. So anyone call your attention for the good and the bad? Well, I saw the giggles and the laughter with Cristina. So we have Cristina checked off the list. Yes. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh, okay, great. That's a great description. Okay, fantastic. Anyone else? Well, for me, one of the no examples is the case of King Felipe. You know, he's cleaning his pants, then he's reading his notes. He's all I mean, yes, of course, you're President Obama, but still, you know, improvise, do something. Yeah, I mean, you're just in a chat. It's not like you're giving a major speech, but no, there he is, and he's all crumpled. Then the other one is Mark Zuckerberg. In the beginning, you saw that he's totally hunched. And then in the second one, again, you see the same dress code. Nothing has changed, but he changed. Okay. So those are the things. And again, we're judging before you know the person just because of the way they act. So it's a tool. It's a tool to make things easier for you in any aspect. Okay. So it's a matter of pace and awareness. You don't see anyone going like crazy. So number one, occupy your space. The first one is stand up straight and tall. This looks like what our moms used to say. Sit up straight, stand up straight. Don't hunch. it's very comfortable hunching, you know? I catch myself going like this. It's so nice. But, you know, it's horrible. And you're on Zoom and you're like this. So try not to hunch, which is what Mark was doing at the beginning. Watch your pace. And I always say, maybe you're rushing to a meeting, but once you get to that door, you're not rushing anymore. Okay? Because when you're seen as rushing, it's like you're not in control. So you get there, and then you start, and you run all the way to the elevator, etc. Fidgeting is unconscious, so be aware of it when you're just going like, because it becomes very distracting to. I don't know if it's ever happened to you. Somebody's fidgeting, and you start focusing on that, on their hands or on their feet. Above all, be present. Pay attention. We saw respect before. We saw inclusiveness. The worst thing that has happened, and it's the biggest lie there exists, is the multitasking. It's horrible if you're meeting with somebody and that person is also on their cell phone. It's also answering emails. Don't worry, I'm multitasking and paying attention to you. No, you're not paying attention. All the studies tell us that when you're doing certain types of things like routine things, you can do everything you want. When you're not doing routine things, you should be worrying about paying attention. And what happens, and which is the worst, is when people ask you, by the way, did you? And you go like, I just explained that to you. Okay? So it's awful. So pay attention. And of course, if you're perceived as arrogant, then you're dead. You're trying too hard. You know, arrogance is not going to take you anywhere in this world right now. What I said before, acting instead of reacting. So it's remain calm, be graceful, not easily rattled. Because also, and that belongs to a negotiation class, when people want to provoke you, they rattle you because they know they can control you. So don't fall into that trap. Don't fall there. Inspire confidence, because if we inspire confidence, if we inspire serenity, we're able to influence others positively. And that's what leadership is all about. Your sound effect. That's a tough one. But number one is pace. If you speak very, 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 very fast, it's very hard to understand you. And if you're on Zoom, much worse, because lots of people don't have very good sound. So you have to be very careful with that. Secondly, the pause. The pause is super important. You have something important to say, pause. Why? Because you have to let people reflect and assimilate. So you say it, you pause, you continue. Pitch. That's a hard one to explain. And particularly, it's important for women because culture has taught us many times to use this little voice, small voice, to be pleasant, to be nice, and you lose it, or it's a very high pitch, which becomes very annoying. So be careful about the pitch. And what's the best way of knowing? Listen to your voice messages. And when you listen to a voice message, you might go like, oh my God, that's my voice. Enunciation, pronounce clearly. And again, that's even more important nowadays because of the virtual world, because you're leaving voice messages, because you're in Zoom, because people are on their cell phones on that Teams meeting. You have to be careful about your enunciation. And your voice should convey certainty. You are trying to give your best opinion. And I'm going to go into that very, very fast because I ran out of time already. Oh my goodness. So your sound effects, avoid mannerisms, apologies. Sorry. Filler words, ending sentences with upward inflection. You might have noticed, and you should notice that about yourself. You're saying something very important and you end up like in a question. When you are doing that, you're conveying that you're not sure of what you're saying. You're asking for approval while you're already making something, saying something very important. And the giggling or the smiling. There was the Premier of Ontario who was this lady who was saying hello to the king, and she kept on going like this, you know? And she heads Ontario. Ontario is more like, I don't know how many countries as far as GDP is concerned, as far as population is concerned. So let's be careful about that. I can't put this one, and this one is fantastic. I'm going to recommend it. because it's the sorry thing. I'm just going to put it very shortly, just to explain that, because it's a very female thing. Hi, what happened to Amy Schumer? Yeah. I'll give you one invitation. Just count how many times a day you say sorry. Okay, just count it. Simple counting, you know? So when and what you say, and I'm going to go to the end of this. It's 5 things. Number 1, you don't always have to speak. You don't always have to say something. Maybe it's much more important to be silent and to listen. Number 2, you might be much better when you make the right questions. So maybe what you need to do is make an insightful question, something that is going to make people think about it. And then you bring a different angle to the analysis. And then when to assert and when to assess. When we are asserting, we're using data. If I say, wow, it's so warm in this room, maybe you can say, well, it's very cold for me. Yeah, because we're not using data. We're just giving opinions. If I say this room is whatever, 70 degrees, and it's too warm for me, then you can say, oh no, 70 degrees for me would be very cold. So be careful. And when you're giving your opinion, and that would be an assessment, just remember, that's not the last truth. It's your truth, as they say now. However, there's no such thing as my truth. There's the truth. So the truth is data. If you don't have data and you have intuition, you have experience, you can share things, that's great. Just don't, in your mind and in the way you express yourselves, don't pretend that it's the truth, okay? Always, always, always congruence and consistency between what you say, how you say it, when you say it. And this one, this is my closing one, but I have to, you probably saw it. And if you didn't see it, this is being. So It's basically, she kept on saying what she wanted to say. She said it in the right way. The other one was trying to bully her around, and she didn't give up. And she was very clear. She had her point. And a lot of people say that was the beginning of the demise of Ellen, because her true nature came through. So in brief, we have 5 points, and that's it. I'm complying almost. Number 1, self-awareness and self-confidence. Know who you are, what you bring to the table, and believe in it. And if you don't believe in it, look for the data. And when you think that that imposter syndrome comes in, or that inner critic comes in, look for the data. Why should I fail? How many times have I failed? Why should I be mistaken? How many times have I been mistaken? Ask somebody. And then when you have the data, if you have a high probability of messing up, do something. And if you don't, just believe it. Number 2, inclusivity and respect. Number 3, your speaking skills. Always sharpen that. Great listening, which means focused, and then pause, pace, and poise. Pace and poise. Number 4, decisiveness, and that means grace under pressure. Because if you're rattled, if you're going crazy, people will not believe your decisions, okay? So be able to communicate and to project your decisions, and above all, congruence and consistency. Words, actions, appearance, who you are, inside and out. And I'm sorry, I ran out of time. I could have gone on a little bit more. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Margaret. I am now conscious of everything I'm doing at the moment, and I'm standing up straight. But you know, what you teach is so important, right? It makes such a difference. So I would love to take your class. But thank you. I want to thank all the speakers and all of you who joined us today. We have lunch now, and we will continue having this conversation on something that I believe in, which is executive presence. So thank you, Margaret. And thank you to everyone. Let's eat lunch. We're hungry. Thank you.